To officially begin our webinar, please welcome the newly appointed Dean of the Asian Center and actually one of our very own experts in West Asia in the Philippines, Dr. Henilito A. Sevilla Jr.
Thank you very much, Ms. Danae. Dr. Zahid Shahab Ahmed of Deakin University, Dr. Benjamin Hopkins from George Washington University, Dr. Akram Umarov, University of World Economy and Diplomacy, and our friend, Mr. Ershad Noor, an Afghan intellectual who is with us today. Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. Good afternoon. Darud Barhami Shuma, Assalamualaikum. Welcome to this forum. Now, in the past week since August 15, the world has been exposed to the political development in Afghanistan. The Taliban has taken over Kabul and almost the entire country. The Afghan government of President Ghani collapsed, and the president himself escaped to another country for his own safety. The members of the Afghan armed forces laid down their arms to Taliban without resistance. And also of critical importance, the United States, as well as its allies, the coalition partners, including all non-diplomatic civilian personnel, were committed to withdraw from Afghanistan based on February 29, 2020 Doha Peace Agreement with the Taliban. As there was a Doha Peace Agreement in February of 2020, it was therefore expected that the United States and its allies will indeed withdraw from Afghanistan sooner or later this year. What has not been expected, however, is when the government of President Ghani collapsed. What has not been expected is when the US-trained Afghan armed forces surrendered to Taliban without much resistance. What has not been expected is when the Taliban forces came to Kabul and took over the presidential palace. What has not been expected is when the Taliban is now currently controlling the country after almost 20 years of hide and seek from the US forces as well as from the coalition forces. And finally, what has not been expected is the larger volume of Afghan men, women, and children fear from their safety and security under the new Taliban government, are wanting to go outside Afghanistan as refugees or as asylum seekers. The chaotic situation in President Karzai's international airport is simply a modest demonstration of a larger version of the crisis in Afghanistan in the coming days, months, and years. What is certain from now is that uncertainty defines the future of Afghanistan under the Taliban regime. Today, exactly after 25 days since the fall of Kabul, and as we listen carefully later on to the presentation of our esteemed speakers, several challenges and considerations may be needed to be given important or emphasis in our discussions today. These are, but not limited to, number one, the issue of the Afghan refugees. We heard from the news and the announcement of the Philippine Department of Foreign Affairs Secretary Locsin that the first group of Afghan refugees are here already in the Philippines. Just yesterday, the past 40 years of conflict, food insecurity, and environmental degradation in Afghanistan has created a refugee problem for that country. The UNCHR in its website states that there are 2.6 million registered Afghan refugees around the world. 2.2 million of them are in Iran and Pakistan. Another 3.5 million are internally displaced. This number is expected to increase in view of the 2021 development in Afghanistan. The second important issue that need to be given importance is the future role of women and girls in Afghanistan. The most vulnerable sector, which was and will be affected harshly by the Taliban model of government in Afghanistan, is the women and girls sector. Although Taliban promises to respect the rights of women, it is still unclear what precisely will be the role of women in the upcoming Taliban-formed government. Number three is the future of national unity in Afghanistan under the Taliban regime. Afghanistan is a multi-ethnic, diverse country with Pashtun, Tajik, Hazara, Uzbek, and other minorities living in that country. And in the past decades, we have seen competition to control power among major groups. The question to us then, and I hope this will be discussed also, is that would the Taliban consider an inclusive government? What would be the future direction of Afghanistan in terms of governance, economic, trade, investment, including its socio-cultural spheres? Number four is the prevention of the spread of the idea of the Taliban version of violent extremism. In the 2018 NBC report, a senior Taliban commander mentioned that around 2,000 to 3,000 foreign fighters are in the country. And I believe that nowadays the number is higher than that number. And most of these individuals are from Pakistan, Xinjiang, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, the Caucasus, Tunisia, Yemen, and some part from Africa. Now, along with the Taliban rise to power in Afghanistan, what will the future holds for these fighters? When they go back to their own countries, what will they do? Number five is the contending and competing geopolitical, strategic, and economic interests of regional and international actors such as Russia, China, Iran, Turkey, and other Islamic countries on Afghanistan in the post-American era. Number six is the future of US-led regional alliance in Middle East and Southeast Asia, or South Asia upon the withdrawal of the US forces. And lastly is the future role of the international community in addressing the development issue of Afghanistan. Once again, in behalf of the organizer, the Asian Center University of the Philippines, Diliman, I would like to welcome our esteemed speakers from different countries, as well as our international participants to this forum. I look forward to have a stimulating and productive engagement between the speakers and participants. Khairi Mamnon, thank you very much. Back to you, Danny.
Thank you very much, Dean Sevilla. Actually, Dean Sevilla gave us quite a comprehensive situationer there. Okay, so before we start, just a few house rules or guidelines. So questions for our speakers may be typed under the Q&A panel. These may be posted anonymously, and also please indicate the speaker to whom you are referring your questions to. So the moderator shall choose questions and read them aloud during the open forum. The host reserves the right to remove in-webinar participants who send rude or inappropriate questions or messages. And we would like to remind everyone that this is an academic discussion, hence everyone is expected to express their opinions in a professional manner. So we are delighted to have 4 speakers this afternoon. So even though we have a big time difference, they still graced us with their presence. And the format will be after the first 2 speakers, we shall have our first open forum, and then after the next 2 speakers, another open forum. Okay, so let's begin. So let me introduce our first speaker this afternoon. So our first speaker is a senior fellow at the University of World Economy and Diplomacy Previously, he worked as a senior research fellow at the Institute for Strategic and Regional Studies under the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan and Academy of Public Administration under the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan. He received his master's degree in international relations at the University of World Economy and Diplomacy. His research interests are security studies, conflict management, public diplomacy, Afghanistan, Central Asian Studies, CIS countries, public administration, global security, peace, and development. He is the author of the monograph Afghanistan and Regional Security of Central Asia, the beginning of the 21st century, and the book chapter Donald Trump's Presidency and the Implementation of OBOR in Central Asia. His articles have appeared in Asian Affairs, Central Asian Affairs, Asia and Africa, National Strategy Issues, and other peer-reviewed journals. So the title of his presentation for this afternoon is the Contemporary Foreign Policy of Uzbekistan towards Afghanistan. So let us all welcome our first speaker, Dr. Akram Umarov.
Yeah, many thanks for your very kind introduction. I'm very privileged to be with you today, and many thanks for the invitation. A good part of the day, depending where you are. So the topic is there, and I'll try to be brief and just to stop on some major points, or if there are interests to them, we can discuss them in more details if there are questions or comment on these issues. So I would like just to add to what you have just introduced me, that now I'm also a Fulbright visiting scholar at the University of Pittsburgh in the United States, and have several affiliations. First of all, I would like to mention that Uzbekistan has the change of leadership in Uzbekistan after 2016. So when the first president died and the second president was elected, Shavkat Mirziyoyev gave a new impetus to the policy of increasing cooperation and settling certain issues in relation with neighboring states. So the region and the neighbors of Uzbekistan were declared as the very priorities of the new foreign policy of Uzbekistan, and that Uzbekistan will concentrate the majority of its efforts in establishing a good relations with them. So-called it was not officially declared, but I would say that Uzbekistan preferred to promote the approach in its foreign policy, zero problems with its neighbors. And in this context, Uzbekistan quickly solved these border problems with other neighbors, other trade restrictions, people-to-people connections were much more quickly eased in order to allow people to have more interaction and to let them have increased some trade and economic exchange. But of course, the special attention were put to Afghanistan, which has very historical friendship and good neighborhood relations with Uzbekistan, and we have a lot of common in our history and culture and traditions and values. And of course, it's based on this huge historic foundation. It's not something completely new. So it's not a very new trend in Uzbek foreign policy, but the renewal of our history and the new vision to our historical connections with this country. And Uzbekistan is now considering Afghanistan as an integral part of Central Asia. There were a lot of discussion, and mainly Afghanistan were put as a part of South Asia. And now Uzbekistan is promoting the idea of Afghanistan as a part of Central Asia, and also as a bridge connecting between Central and South Asia. So regarding my words on the history, the role of history. So here I would like to share some of the historical maps where you can see that the current territories of the Central Asian countries and Afghanistan, so for many centuries were part of the same states. So they they built some specific regional security complexes, and they were part of these very important entities in many historical contexts. So here you can see the map from the end of 10th century, Ghaznavid Empire in this part of the world. So you can see the most part of the Uzbekistan, part of current Kyrgyzstan, Turkmenistan, Tajikistan, and also whole part of this whole territory of Afghanistan were part of this huge country. So this is another example, Kharazmid Empire. So two centuries later, but again, you can see that these territories had a same state background and were part of the same countries. Timur dynasty. So again, we can see the same situation. So that's why I'm kind of drawing your attention to these historical maps again, to demonstrate that the current exchanges and current position of Uzbekistan is very much linked to its history and has a very profound historical background. So this is based on our understanding of our historical connections and the need to support this country in order to establish a good relations, not just with our neighbor, but to create a new routes linking Central Asia with South Asia, with Middle East, via the territory of the current Afghanistan. So this is a new kind of map which Uzbekistan is promoting. So usually when you put even on Google the map of, just make a search map of Central Asia, usually you can see some of the traditional maps with 5 Central Asian, post-Soviet Central Asian countries: Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan. But now kind of there is a new vision in Tashkent promoting the idea that Afghanistan, having a lot in our history, common history and traditions and culture, should be considered as part of the Central Asian region. But it's not only about history, of course. There are many kind of security and economic factors which are also influencing on this approach of Uzbekistan. Of course, the stability and security in Afghanistan has a direct influence on Central Asian region, and all regional countries are vitally interested in having a peace and reconciliation in this country. In this context, of course, they are very interested to involve Afghanistan more in regional mechanisms and regional issues in Central Asia in order to have many things in common, and to have Afghanistan engaged will help to have a common understanding of these threats and challenges and to respond to them accordingly. So what is kind of evolution in Uzbek foreign policy? I mean, this independent period of Uzbekistan. So if we briefly mention the previous periods, not just after 2016, in 1990s, Uzbekistan was among the rare countries in the world who raised the issue of Afghanistan, that the problems in Afghanistan are increasing, and this country is turning to the permanent conflict zone, and the international community should find some solutions and to propose some initiatives in order to respond to this issue. But unfortunately, due to other issues which were more prioritized by many important members of international community, Afghanistan stayed on the sidelines of this important agenda for the majority of these powerful countries. So despite all efforts Uzbekistan proposed, Afghanistan has never been considered as something very important like it's happening now. Yeah, we can see how much attention is given to Afghanistan. So the fact that now we are discussing Afghanistan with one of the at the platform of the university of the country, which is quite far from Afghanistan, again demonstrates how high is the interest of Afghanistan. But unfortunately, such interests were not present in 1990s, and Afghanistan gradually transformed from this just some small internal conflicts within this country to the zone of permanent instability and the source of terroristic threat to the whole world. So this was approach of Uzbekistan, and there was even several initiatives called 6+3. The meaning of 6 is that these are 6 immediate neighbors of Afghanistan. So the countries like Iran, Pakistan, China, and 3 Central Asian countries, plus 3 powerful, 6+2 at that point, 2 powerful countries and which had influence and which had interest in the issues related to Afghanistan, that were Russia and United States. So Uzbekistan created this platform. There were several discussions then, and there was even signed a reconciliation agreement between the parties, between the Taliban and so-called Northern Alliance at that period in 1999. But unfortunately, it was not fully implemented due to the disruption in 2001 when the international campaign in Afghanistan started due to the 9/11 events in the United States. So after this, Uzbekistan became a country of high interest to the Western world. The countries with the United States, you can see even the photos which I've put. So the Minister of Defense and the Foreign Secretary of the United States, they visited Uzbekistan several times, and in 2000s, and there were high engagement with Uzbekistan, between Uzbekistan and the United States, and the major issue was, of course, due to Afghanistan. So this increase in diplomatic exchange were directly linked to this international presence in Afghanistan, and the role of Uzbekistan, which supported activities of international community in this country. But Uzbekistan mainly proposed to be a transit hub for non-military staff from the international community, from these countries which had a military presence in Afghanistan. Though it was part of this so-called northern route, and also at some point from 2001 to 2005, even Uzbekistan has even hosted a U.S. military base which supported some operations in Afghanistan. But after this kind of high interest to Uzbekistan and active engagement with this country, and Uzbekistan tried to again to bring this idea of more involvement of regional countries to the solution of problems in Afghanistan, and propose the new format, reviving 6+2 and transforming it to 6+3. So the same countries that they were in 6+2, but adding a NATO, which was a kind of which had a huge military presence in Afghanistan, and was considered as an important actor in order to find something and some common solution for the problems in Afghanistan. But unfortunately, this initiative was not supported by all of these involved countries. And after the fact that this initiative didn't go beyond this just being a policy initiative, so it was not implemented, Uzbekistan quickly changed its policy. So it declared that as if the international community is not willing to be engaged and is not willing to find some regional solutions to the Afghan conflict, so it will prefer to establish cooperation and to continue its relations with Afghanistan solely on bilateral basis. So Uzbekistan rejected participation in all multilateral formats which existed on Afghanistan. So these platforms like Heart of Asia or many kind of different international conferences on Afghanistan, which happened in many parts of the world at the end of 2000, early 2010s, they were all kind of ignored by Uzbekistan because of this change in its policy, prioritizing bilateral relations with Afghanistan over any multilateral interaction. So again, this was mainly linked, in my view at least, to the fact that Uzbekistan didn't find enough support to its own initiative, and this affected on change of its policy. So, and also I would like to give a kind of a fact that the Uzbek leader at that period, Islam Karimov, only once met with the president of Afghanistan, Hamid Karzai, and even this meeting was not kind of bilateral interaction, solely bilateral interaction. So it was not visit of Mr. Karzai as the president of Afghanistan to Uzbekistan. So it was not official visit of the Afghan president to Uzbekistan on a bilateral basis. So he mainly came to participate in SCO, Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit in Tashkent 2004. And Uzbek president had a meeting with him on the sidelines of this summit. And beside this, until 2016, there were no interaction between the leaders of these countries. And this is very kind of important fact in my view, because if you consider the role of kind of first leaders in this part of the world, the role of presidents or whatever you call this leader, the heads of these countries, so their role is crucial in establishing good links and promoting some important policies related to each other. So this fact again demonstrates that there were quite limited interaction between Uzbekistan and Afghanistan on many issues. But despite this, Uzbekistan continued its support of reconstruction of infrastructure in Afghanistan. To the first railroad connecting Afghanistan with outside world was built by Uzbekistan in 2011. So Mazar-e-Sharif Khairaton Railroad, which was slightly longer than 70 kilometers. It linked the Uzbek border with the nearest Afghan big city called Mazar-e-Sharif. So Uzbekistan continued its support in this infrastructure projects, but had a limited interaction with the Afghan government in Kabul. The second meeting between the leaders happened just again in 2016 because of the SCO summit, Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit in Tashkent. The president of Afghanistan, Ashraf Ghani, visited the Uzbek capital as a guest, as a country observer of the SCO organization, and had a bilateral meeting with the Uzbek president. But of course, then, as I mentioned at the beginning of my speech, of course, after the change of leadership, this approach to Uzbek approach to Afghanistan completely changed. And what was being prioritized before, so as Afghanistan was considered as a security threat to Uzbekistan, not just Uzbekistan, but whole Central Asia. And this affected to the whole bilateral agenda between Uzbekistan and Afghanistan. So the Central Asian, not just Uzbekistan, but all Central Asian countries securitized substantially their relations with Afghanistan. So all links with this country were considered through the lens of security. So if there is a small chance that it can affect somehow on security issues in these countries of the world, it didn't matter what kind of relations they were expecting, but they were all restricted. So Uzbekistan changed its vision on Afghanistan, desecuritized it. So it's no more considering Afghanistan just as a source of threats, but also looking on Afghanistan as a potential the country with many opportunities for Central Asian countries. So it can bring, if there is a peace and stability in this country, Central Asian region will be considered as more, again, also more stable and more kind of can establish very profound relations with South Asia using the Afghan territory and also this will bring a lot of benefits to the Afghanistan itself as well. In this context, Uzbekistan promoted the organization of several important conferences. So the first one happened in 2018, Tashkent Conference on Afghanistan. So it was on a very high level. Many ministers of foreign affairs, high delegations of different countries participated, and it was very important to have kind of all relevant and influential actors in Afghanistan to be gathered in the region, in Central Asia, in a very close part of the world to Afghanistan, and discuss this issue. So what we can see, mainly we usually discuss Afghanistan somewhere very beyond this part of the world, somewhere in Europe, in United States, in Japan. Of course, I don't want to say that it's bad or we shouldn't discuss Afghanistan and in other parts of the world. But of course, if there is more discussion and more engagement of regional countries, of course, they have vital interest, and they are very interested in having this country stable and prosperous. And of course, they're ready to contribute a lot to this in order to achieve these issues. And so in this context, I think it's very important to have more engagement and involvement of regional countries. But at the same time, I'm going quickly to the kind of last part of my speech, but which is relevant to the current context. I would like to say that now there is a lot of discussion. No one kind of reminded about the region when in Afghanistan there was kind of the status quo situation. There was an Afghan government, there were Taliban forces, and they had clashes, but no one was strong enough in order to defeat each other party. So at that point, the interest to the region, to regional engagement was very low. But now, as soon as there is a huge refugee crisis, and there are a lot of problems and uncertainty around Afghanistan, there is a huge discussion now in Europe, United States, that we should rely on region, we should rely and we should engage more the neighbors of Afghanistan. So I think it's not very fair to kind of to try to use the region only in the crisis situations. I think we should not forget that region was always tried to support Afghanistan, and it's not the regional countries. They are not the regional countries who created and who kind of promoted instability in this country. So this kind of responsibility and to some extent even burden on the future of Afghanistan should be shared fairly between the region and broad international community. I think this is very important. And there is also discussion about kind of having more Afghan refugees in Central Asian countries, but also quite sensitive considering the relations and considering the neighborhood of these countries with Afghanistan. The second huge conference happened just recently in July 2021, Central Asia and South Asia Connectivity Conference in Tashkent, which again brought all regional countries in this part of the world, and they kind of one more time committed to the idea that the connectivity between the regions of Central and South Asia will be very beneficial for both of them, and they committed to create a new opportunities in order to promote and advance these links as soon as possible. And within this context, Uzbekistan is also doing some important job. It created educational center for Afghan citizens in Termez. So Afghan citizens can get higher education in many areas. So it first started with a very limited number of courses, but now they are very inclusive, and there are courses for medicine, engineering, humanities, social sciences, philology, and etc. So many areas are covered by this center. These are some facilities. And so there is always a question, why the current kind of leadership and officials of Uzbekistan are so active in Afghanistan? So I think again, the answer is quite obvious. Uzbekistan is aware that the achievement of peace and stability in Afghanistan this is a factor not just for regional, but also for global security. And the stabilization of this country can open opportunities for resolving vital problems of sustainable socio-economic development for all states and peoples living in this vast region of Central Asia. So creating alternative transport corridors or opening new markets will definitely support economies and development in this part of the world. Therefore, there is a high interest to the situation of Afghanistan and the commitment to support this peace process in this country. What are the projects which Uzbekistan are now actively also promoting? The railway project Mazar Sharif Peshawar, to linking Uzbekistan with Pakistan and with further access to other South Asian nations. And also railway project going through the territory of Afghanistan to Iran. We already have one crossing Turkmenistan and going to Iran. So this one can be in a new alternative route. And there's also Surkhan Pulukumri power line, and also there is still discussion about Turkmenistan, Afghanistan, Pakistan, India gas pipeline. These are some maps demonstrating the possible routes of this Mazar Sharif Peshawar route and Mazar Sharif Herat railways. Again, the slightly different map, again demonstrating this possible routes. Again, this is not fixed. There is still kind of studies on the ground which exact route will be the most efficient and relevant to the goals which as countries which are promoting this idea are putting for themselves. This is Surkhan Pulukumri power line. It's going, so it is not the only project in this area. We also have a similar project from the Tajik territory to Afghanistan with a power supply with possible extension to the territory of Pakistan. This is the HAPI project, gas pipeline. So what are the existing problems which are having influence, negative influence on Uzbek foreign policy towards Afghanistan? There are still a lot of too much talks, but too little actions. So Afghanistan, there were tens of different international platforms which discussed Afghanistan, which collected different countries, but unfortunately none of them were successful enough, and the current situation in these countries is an obvious example that they were quite unsuccessful. So it means that we need to do more in the ground in Afghanistan to promote more infrastructure development projects, and this will be more efficient way in supporting this country. And the people in Afghanistan are waiting for this specific results on the ground, not just general talks about the future, about the peace, but specific projects and specific results on the ground which they can feel in their local communities. So violence is still is ongoing in this country. Taliban, of course, is controlling the majority, almost 100% territory of the country, but still there are some small parts which there is a resistance. And this can also create problems to the implementation of different projects which are regional countries promoting on the territory of Afghanistan. But poor Afghan infrastructure and of course education system are also obstacles for the future interactions. So what about Taliban? what about the Uzbekistan's current approach and position on Taliban? So first, I would like to say that Taliban is not completely new issue for Uzbekistan. Uzbekistan dealt with Taliban back in 1990s. So here you can see the man sit. Unfortunately, I couldn't find a better photo on the internet, but here the visit of the delegation of Taliban to Tashkent in 2000, at the end of 2018, and the man in black suit is the Uzbek foreign minister, Mr. Abdulaziz Kamilov, and he had a meeting with the current the just recently appointed first deputy prime minister of this interim government of Taliban in Afghanistan, Mr. Baradar. He headed the delegation of Taliban to Tashkent at that period. So the current minister of foreign minister of Uzbekistan was again the foreign minister back in 1990s, and he was among the rare people in the world who had a bilateral meeting with the founder and the leader of Taliban, was Mullah Omar, in mid-1990s, when Uzbekistan promoted the idea of this 6+2 initiative. And now again, there are interactions. So there were some links with Taliban. There were prior discussions with Taliban. So therefore, the Taliban governance is not a completely new thing for Uzbekistan, and I don't think that Uzbekistan is considering Taliban as a huge negative issue for its policy in Afghanistan. So Uzbekistan clearly said that it's ready to work with any government in this country, which will be acknowledged by Afghan citizens and supported by them. So if the Taliban is now the kind of such a power, so it means that Uzbekistan is ready to work with this movement. So Uzbekistan is considering the realities, and I think Uzbekistan is not unique in this sense. So we can see many countries are not directly declaring this idea, but it seem that more and more countries are leaning towards this position that they should work with the power which has leverage and which has actual control of the Afghan territory, and who can deal with this possible interaction with other countries of the world. And Uzbekistan even kind of greeted this announcement of the new interim government by Taliban, and in response, one of the important figures in Taliban movement, Anas Haqqani, responded positively to this greeting from Uzbekistan by his tweet a recent tweet on social web platforms. So what's next? I think there is still much uncertainty in Afghanistan, and the full acknowledgement, establishment of diplomatic relations, possible establishment of diplomatic relations will be much more dependent on the further steps by Taliban. I think Uzbekistan has still some concerns from the Afghan territory because of our previous negative experience. This terrorist threat from this territory is still considered as a risk and a potential challenge for regional security in Central Asia, and the drug trafficking and the huge amount of weaponry which was left uncontrolled after the quick withdrawal of Western forces from Afghanistan recently. So these are all concerns which I think Uzbekistan will raise in its interaction with Taliban, and depending on reaction from the Afghan side, it will consider a kind of new update to its policy towards Afghanistan. But for now, it seems that there is a mutual understanding between the Uzbek government and the new government established by the Taliban movement. They're expressing and this tweet is one of this good examples of this, expressing positive symbolic signs that the relations are going to be more or less stable, and there is a kind of some understanding about what are the concerns of each side and what are the expectations. So I would like to stop on this note. Thank you. If there are any questions, would be ready to respond to them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Umarov. So we actually have a few questions here, but we will proceed first with our next speaker. Okay, so our next speaker is a historian of modern South Asia, specializing in the history of Afghanistan and British imperialism on the Indian subcontinent. He has co-authored, and co-edited numerous books on the region, including The Making of Modern Afghanistan, Fragments of the Afghan Frontier and Beyond SWAT, History, Society, and Economy Along the Afghanistan-Pakistan Frontier. His new book, Ruling the Savage Periphery, Frontier Governance and the Making of the Modern State, presents a global history of how the limits of today's state-based political order were organized in the late 19th century with lasting effects to the present day. He is currently working on a concise history of Afghanistan for Cambridge University Press, as well as a manuscript about the continuing war in Afghanistan, provisionally entitled The War That Destroyed America. So to discuss Afghanistan past, present, and future, please give a warm welcome to our next speaker, Dr. Benjamin B. Hopkins.
Thank you so very much for that kind introduction. And I'd like to just begin by saying thank you to Dr. Sevilla and the Asian Studies Center at the University of the Philippines for this kind of invitation. You'll have to excuse me if I look a little bit rough around the edges. We're on a 12-hour time difference between the East Coast and Manila time, so it's 1:53 in the morning for me. But don't worry, I won't skip a beat. I'm not quite as technologically savvy as my colleague, Dr. Umarov, which means that I'll try and keep my comments short and pointed, and hopefully we can have some discussion with that. I'm going to offer my comments really obviously focused on the two major belligerents of this war that just ended in quotation marks, namely the United States and Afghanistan. And I just like to start off by saying what I think many people feel and should be recognized, and that is that we've just watched an unmitigated disaster really evolve before our eyes, and one that is largely, if not wholly, of American making. It's obviously much too early to tell what the lasting significance of the collapse of the Ghani government and the seeming reemergence of the Taliban will be. But there is an argument to say that this is perhaps one of the seminal moments of the 21st century, despite the best intentions, as it were, of the Biden administration to make this go away as quickly as possible. This is not something which is going to go away. The nature of that disaster obviously falls hardest upon Afghans themselves, but I want to spend just a couple of minutes commenting on the making of that disaster, as it were, which for the United States, despite the noise that has been going on here the last couple of weeks of an endless blame game, really it's a situation of a plague on all your houses. The Afghanistan debacle has been a cross-party undertaking lasting 20 years in the United States. It's also been a cross-branch undertaking, especially for foreign audiences outside the United States. There's always a focus on the executive, on the president. But what we see with this is also just the complete abnegation of responsibility by Congress on the one hand, and also in many ways by the judiciary in the United States. So what we really have seen in Afghanistan is a failure of the American political class. And that failure, as I've mentioned, has fallen hardest upon the Afghans themselves, which I'll talk about more in a second. Secondly, upon American citizens who, though failed by their political class, also hold some responsibility for that failure. And I think that that's very important to acknowledge. And then thirdly, a failure to the United States allies, those closely held as in NATO and those kind of held more at arm's distance, but nonetheless international allies. And it's been interesting the past really 2 weeks to watch President Biden's talk about the American decision to precipitously withdraw from Afghanistan. He's offered 3 major speeches, and every opportunity he's gotten, he's clearly first doubled and then tripled and then quadrupled and quintupled down upon his decision, with a mix of a politically defensible position, namely that as President of the United States, he feels that it doesn't serve American interest anymore, but combined with a noxious bit of victim blaming, saying this is largely the Afghans' fault. And what I have been most impressed, but also saddened by in the president's speeches, has been to listen to the ahistorical nature of those speeches, which really puts on clear display that after 20 years of war in Afghanistan, the United States remains willfully ignorant of the place and its people. And that ignorance, as I say, is not by accident, but by design, as it were. So with that acknowledged up front, then I think the next thing we need to acknowledge is that despite the tenor of much of the press reporting about the end of the endless war, at least for the United States, that first of all, while the United States seems to have ended its 20-year war, which makes it its longest war in American history, what at least is totally forgotten by the American public is that Afghanistan, of course, is in its 43rd year of war, with the Saur Revolution beginning that cycle of violence back in April of 1978. We may be witnessing the end of that with the ascendance of the Taliban. I think that remains an open question, but it could be that we're seeing an end to that. But more broadly, and as a historian again, I think it's important to remember that despite the language of end of wars, wars less come to an abrupt termination and more come to a long unwinding. And the more entwined the belligerents and the wars, the longer it takes for that unwinding to happen. Not just the movement of people, as we saw spectacularly in the evacuation from Kabul airport, but also the unwinding as we think of the social and lasting political, economic, and indeed humanitarian cost of this conflict, which is going to be, like the conflict itself, generational in nature. And so to turn quickly to the cost, I think, first and foremost, we need to acknowledge the cost to Afghans and Afghanistan itself. Of course, we have numbers that we can turn to, but I like to use the Disraeli quotation of there's lies, damn lies, and then there's statistics to preface that, which is, of course, that according to the UN, which is a gross undercount, there's been 140,000 Afghans killed through this conflict. Again, that's a gross undercount, but it at least gives us some sense of the magnitude of death. The number of wounded really remains kind of open and an open question, but it's multiple times that. As Dr. Sevilla said in his opening remarks, the UN puts internally displaced people as well as externally displaced refugees at over 5.5 million. And that number was confirmed recently by the Watson Institute and their Cost of War project at Brown University. Add to that previously during the Soviet occupation of Afghanistan, we had upwards of 7 million Afghans who were made as foreign refugees and an unknown number of displaced. So what we're talking about is a country where the population, 75% of the population has been born after the Soviet invasion of 1979. Over 50% of the population has been born after the American invasion of 2001. This is a society where individuals, but also collectively, is really marked by conflict and just ripe for post-traumatic stress disorder and illness. Another obvious cost that we need to acknowledge of the war is the political cost. Watching this experiment in Afghan democracy come spectacularly crumbling down so quickly in the past couple of weeks. And of course, many people have already voiced the concern about what type of political order will replace it in the form of the Taliban, what that will mean, obviously, for women, but also for minorities, both ethnic minorities, but also religious minorities. So obviously the Hazara come to mind right away, but other minorities like Kizabash or the Pamiris, et cetera, et cetera. What does the future hold for them? And I think that even assessing what the present holds for them, it comes to a very grim cost. We also need to remember the humanitarian crises, which are multiple, which are going on in Afghanistan right now. The most spectacular one, of course, were the pictures of the Kabul airport and the evacuation. But people trying to get out, of whom there are many still trying to get out of Afghanistan, is only one of what I would characterize a threefold humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan today. The other two being a long-running drought, which has affected the country and really has put a number of people in danger of going hungry. And then a global humanitarian crisis, which we were all facing at present, which of course is COVID, which Afghanistan is particularly poorly equipped to face. And then the final and perhaps most lasting cost for Afghanistan is the incredible environmental destruction which it has suffered over the past 43 years. You still have widespread areas of the country covered in landmines that were indiscriminately strewn about during the Soviet occupation. They were airdropped by the Soviet Air Force. While there was headway in demining during the American occupation, it still significant areas of the country remain covered with unexploded ordnance. There's the environmental damage inflicted by the United States itself, the use of depleted uranium munitions, for example, in the country. 43 years of fighting has not only destroyed the political topography of the country, but the physical infrastructure as well. And then, of course, the other great environmental tragedy has been insurgent groups, including the Taliban, ISK, Al-Qaeda, the Haqqani network, have exploited environmental disasters to fund the insurgency. So obviously the number one being heroin, which is extremely tough, as it were, on the ground, but timber smuggling being another major source of revenue for these insurgent groups, which then goes ahead and has knock-on ecological effects. So again, these are going to be intergenerational costs that are borne by the Afghans. Turning quickly to the other belligerent, namely the United States, the costs for the United States are grossly underestimated and are absolutely devastating. This is the longest war in American history. It's also inflation adjusted the most expensive war in American history. The United States spent directly $2.2 trillion on the war. That roughly kind of works itself out to $60 to $80 billion per year. But that $2.2 trillion is a gross undercount because it does not include the actuarial cost of things like veterans' health care, lost opportunity cost, replacement cost for equipment, et cetera, et cetera. When you add all that in, you are looking at a price tag of probably 5 to 6 trillion US dollars for this war. And that war has almost in its totality been debt financed. About 96% of the war has been financed by debt. And unlike previous American debt financing of war, most of that debt is held by foreign bondholders, first and foremost, the Chinese government. The other cost, which is bandied about in the United States, again, are the number of dead, 2,500 service personnel. In addition to that, there's over 20,000 American service personnel who were wounded in Afghanistan and have lasting effects from those. There's additionally 4,000 military contractors who died in Afghanistan, a number that's not often repeated in the press, at least in the United States. But these numbers in many ways elide more than they reveal. And I think that that is best brought out by actually a quotation which was once said by George Marshall, who was the chief of the American Army during the Second World War, and then was the Secretary of State for the Truman administration and gave his name to the Marshall Plan for Reconstruction of Europe. Marshall very famously said, just at the end of the Second World War, that a democracy cannot survive a 7 years war. And his statement was focused less on the financial cost of the war and more on the cost to the institutions, society, and to the politics of the war. The United States is just exiting a 20-year-long war without a serious accounting of what that means. Domestically, there's been no consideration of what is the cost to our democracy, what has the cost been to our society. There's a clear pipeline of military training and equipment, for example, from the battlefield in Afghanistan to American cities in the form of policing. In terms of cost to American democracy, it's also very clear that the complete abandonment of the war by our elected officials, which is really constitutionally their most important undertaking to defend the United States and its citizens. What does it mean when they completely abandon that and have ignored that for the past 20 years? Because frankly, almost every American politician has ignored the war since around 2002. So that has long term institutional, social, and political costs that have not been recognized or even asked about in American society. Internationally, there's an enormous cost to American prestige, both to enemies as well as allies, as it were. So, for example, China has been taunting Taiwan online, saying, look, if the Americans don't care about Afghanistan, they're definitely not going to care about you. We can also see other powers who are not American friends, as it were, kind of gleefully eyeing the American exit. And despite the strong protestations of the Biden administration that American multilateralism is back, that the America First of the Trump era is over, the fact that this was an American withdrawal that was forced upon its NATO allies in particular, many of whom were not ready to withdraw, but had to when the American logistical support was taken away, has a definite cost. There's been talk of the fact that the Afghan war is the second war the United States has lost after Vietnam, but there's very little talk or acknowledgement of the fact that actually Afghanistan is the first war which NATO has lost. It's actually the first war that NATO has fought. NATO actually activated Article 5, the Article of Mutual Self-Defense, at the time of the September 11th attack, and in invoking that said an attack on the United States is an attack on all NATO members. So this was the first war that NATO actually fought itself, and now it's lost. And so that's going to have profound institutional ramifications, not just on American prestige, but on the international system, which has been American authored and actually largely American backed, since the end of the Second World War. Turning away from the costs, I think a few words about the challenges of the present moment within Afghanistan itself are necessary. I would echo Dr. Umarov's point that things are very unclear in Afghanistan, and I suspect will remain so for quite some time. We need to remember that despite the fact the Taliban has named a caretaker government, the reality of Taliban rule as a civilian government is tenuous at best. This is an organization that basically from its inception back in the 1990s has largely been an organization geared to fighting an insurgency and not really geared to ruling the country. In the very short window they were in control of Afghanistan in the 1990s, the late 1990s, they showed themselves ill-prepared to actually rule and run a country, which may or may not have some bearing on what's happening in the country today. But I think we're far from the point where we can confidently say the Taliban has established its rule over Afghanistan. And I think that that is going to be conditioned by really what I would characterize as an existential issue that faces the Taliban, but more broadly Afghan society and any Afghan government that may rule over Afghanistan, Taliban or otherwise. And secondly, some practical challenges of governance. So what is the kind of existential question? And that is to put it fairly simply, that the civil war, which has racked Afghanistan since the Sal Revolution broke out in April of 1978, at least in terms of a political settlement, remains largely unresolved. And we need to acknowledge the costs of that civil war. Historically, prior to 1978, Afghanistan had a stable, if incomplete, social compact between state and society, where you had a multi-ethnic, fairly cosmopolitan state centered in the cities, headed at least in title by a Pashtun who was always a Dadi or a Persian speaker. You had an Afghan state centered there, highly cosmopolitan, which claimed authority over the countryside, knowing full well it could not exert that authority and therefore largely refusing to do it. Conversely, you had a countryside, which at that point in time saw the flip side of that deal, which was namely, they would acknowledge the legitimacy of the central government as long as that central government didn't try to actually rule anything in the countryside. That kind of social compact really fell apart with the communist revolution in 1978 as the People's Democratic Party of Afghanistan decided to exert state power for a modernization project into the Afghan countryside. And that really collapsed the existent social contract between the Afghan state and Afghan society. To my analysis, that social compact, or a different one, because you really couldn't resurrect that one as it were, has yet to be meaningfully constructed and agreed upon. So the central conundrum, what is the relationship between state and society in Afghanistan, remains unresolved. And the Taliban's recent military conquest does not fundamentally answer that question. I'm also highly skeptical that the Taliban are a group that can successfully broker a new social contract. They might have to be part of it, but I don't see them exerting the leadership skills or competence to actually create a new social compact between state and society. If that's the kind of existential challenge which faces the Taliban government or any other Afghan government, then there's three practical challenges that perhaps are more pressing for the Taliban government, or again, any other Afghan government. And actually, I think the failing of the Ghani administration to address both that existential question about the state-society relations, but also these practical issues of governance, in part explains its quick downfall. For any governing authority of Afghanistan, there is the hard reality of the Afghan political economy. When the Afghan state was constructed in the late 19th century, it was intentionally constructed by surrounding imperial powers, the British in South Asia and the Russian Tsarist government in Central Asia, to be a money pit. And by that, I mean it was designed to be dependent fiscally upon the largesse of a surrounding great power. The British actually paid an annual subsidy to the Afghan Amir, which was codified in the Treaty of Gandamak of 1879. They sent an annual treasure train of 600,000 rupees from Peshawar to Jalalabad every April. Even with Afghan independence in 1921, that subsidy continued, though at reduced rate. And after the withdrawal of the British from the South Asian subcontinent in 1947, the subsidy took the form of development aid, which was delivered by the United States in the southern reaches of the country and by the Soviet Union in the northern reaches of the country. If you look post-1978, that subsidy has been delivered first by the Soviet Union during their period in Afghanistan, and then since 2001 by the United States. That $2.2 trillion or $60 to $80 billion a year, which the United States spent in Afghanistan, was by and large simply that, a subsidy. And in fact, some work by my colleague Nimatullah Bajan, who's at Oxford University, the records are incomplete, but when you reconstruct the Afghan government budget over the course of the 20th century, foreign subsidies make up a minimum of at least 25% of that budget, and more normally are around 40%. The last Ghani budget in 2019 that we have access to was about 60%, about $6 billion was from foreign subsidy. This then is one of the pressing concerns that the Taliban is going to have to face. They need to get money from somewhere, and they need to have that money in the form of a foreign subsidy. That is in part why they are so keen to have international recognition, and they're also very keen to solicit the support and recognition of surrounding countries, whether it be China, who they are making many moves to, or Pakistan or other countries. A second practical challenge is legitimacy. The Taliban can secure its rule for a certain amount of time through either the threat or realization of violence, but that is a time-limited strategy of governance. Over time, people will protest that, they will not accept that, and so the Taliban has to create some alternative language of legitimacy to get at least part of the Afghan population on board. At best, I think they could hope for a small number of Afghans to actually see their rule as legitimate, and most Afghans to not really care, namely to take the position that it doesn't really matter if it's Ghani or the Taliban, they get screwed either way. This is going to be an increasingly pressing concern, and it's actually tied back to the issue of the foreign subsidy, because if the Taliban becomes reliant on a strong arm, coercive type of legitimacy through the threat or actualization of violence, that's a very expensive mode of governance, and so they will have to secure foreign support very quickly. A third and final practical challenge then is what I will call the problem of risen expectations. The majority of the Afghan populace was born after 2001 and the American intervention in October of that year. The Afghan population now has not only 20 years of a different experience of governance within Afghanistan itself, but as my colleague Bob Cruz in his brilliant book, Afghan Modern, The History of a Global Nation, has demonstrated, Afghanistan and Afghans have long been embedded in the global economy that we live in. I always like to say that if you made a list of the 10 largest Afghan cities in the world, only 5 of them are in Afghanistan itself. There's an enormous diaspora spread globally that has tight linkages back to Afghanistan itself. Afghans have a great history of travel and intercourse with other parts of the world. Add to that the expectations formed over 20 years of a democratic experiment, and you now have a generation and a population that has certain expectations of what a state and a government should deliver to them. In part, I think you can account the unpopularity of both the Karzai and Ghani administrations in their failure to deliver on those expectations. And that should stand as a stark warning for the Taliban itself, because unless they are able to address in a meaningful way those expectations of the population, they're going to find themselves very quickly in danger. Finally, and I'll just mention this very quickly because I know some of the other speakers will address this. I think that there's the issue of regional or international implications, and in particular, that what we're seeing right now in terms of a debate or a discussion in the international community about recognition of the Taliban and who might do so and step in. I'm reminded actually, this debate at the present moment reminds me of the moment of 1998. In 1998, the Taliban, with the assistance of the Pakistani military, reconquered Mazar-e-Sharif, the city in northern Afghanistan, for the second time. They originally conquered this in 1997 and was expelled, but then reconquers it in 1998. Part of the strategy of that conquest was the belief, which was fed by the Pakistanis, that that would secure between 80 to 90% of Afghan territory, which would mean the international community, for as distasteful as they might have found the Taliban at the time, would recognize reality and would recognize the Taliban. Only 3 countries recognized the Taliban in 1998: Pakistan, the UAE, and Saudi. We find ourselves in a somewhat similar situation, as the Taliban is very keen to have that international recognition. Now, the fallout of the failure of international recognition in 1998 was, you could argue, a radicalization of the Taliban that then turns to an alliance with al-Qaeda. And there's great debate in the international community right now whether recognition should come through because you can then try and moderate the Taliban, or whether we should make recognition conditional, or what. For the United States itself, it will be really hard to unrecognize the Taliban, as it were, when it spent the last 2 years negotiating with the Taliban in Doha and purposely excluding the Afghan government. The other big player that keeps coming up in much discussion is China, with the idea that perhaps China might assume the position of international patron. Lots of talk about perhaps the Chinese extending their Belt and Road initiative into Afghanistan. And even on Twitter, there's been some mention of the idea that the Chinese might take over Bagram. I think that this kind of rumor mill actually serves the Chinese quite well. And at the same time, I think that China would probably be very skeptical of inserting itself into Afghanistan in a serious way for a number of reasons. The Taliban is, for the CCP, really a political anathema, if you think about it, especially when paired with the current crackdown that the CCP is doing in Xinjiang. And the other issue is the return on investment that China may or may not have for its political largesse in Afghanistan. There's a real question of what China has to gain by any meaningful partnership or investment in Afghanistan and working with the Taliban. Cognizant of time, I think I'll stop there, and I look forward to answering some of your questions and having a discussion.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hopkins. Okay, so thank you very much to Dr. Umarov and Dr. Hopkins, our first two speakers, for those very interesting and engaging presentations. So we have a couple of questions here. So now we shall proceed to our first open forum. So to facilitate the open forum, here is Professor Ariel Lopez, an assistant professor at the Asian Center, to facilitate. Sorry, Ariel.
Yes, good afternoon, and thank you to our speakers. The first question is for Dr. Umarov, and I'll paraphrase what has been asked. Well, you mentioned that the positive role of Uzbekistan in the region, especially in its relationship with Afghanistan. Do you think that's the same case with the other neighbors' relationship with Afghanistan, say Pakistan's relationship? Do you think it was also has been positive? And what are the prospects of that relationship?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for your question. That's what I told was mainly related to Central Asia. So following Uzbekistan's change, this also affected to other regional countries as well. They also quite had a very active engagement and with Afghanistan. But in terms of Pakistan, there is a slightly different picture. So Pakistan was always very engaged with Afghanistan. So it's not something very new to this country. And I think Pakistan is among the rare countries in the world now who is benefiting a lot from the current challenges, changes in Afghanistan. So the fact that ISI, head of ISI was in Kabul these days, and he probably had a decisive role in the current transition in these countries. So I'm not trying to say that these are kind of only Pakistan who is doing this game, but it's obvious that Pakistan has a lot of leverage and a lot of influence on the situation in this country. But at the same time, I should say that the fact that Taliban came to the government and now kind of going through all stages of forming a new type of power and being maybe not fully, but to some extent recognized by them, by some countries in the world. It's coming from my observation that this situation in Panjshir region of Afghanistan was almost had no reaction from other countries in the world. So there were no criticism of Taliban. They just, many countries were silent. And I think this is very symbolic, and it's a good sign that in many countries are ready to work with Taliban. They are ready. They are now more interested in the Taliban's victory rather than this revival of Northern Ireland's alliance, because it seemed that there is a kind of general tiredness from Afghanistan, and they are ready to work with anyone who said that he will control the country and he will be responsible for all kind of threats and challenges from this territory. So that's in a brief response to the question that Pakistan is. I can't see the changes in Pakistani policy. Pakistan is a very important country in Afghanistan, have a a lot of love and influence, but Pakistan
Yeah, I think your internet connection is not very stable. Is it mine or is it Akram's?
is not the only kind of
Okay.
response. I hope you could hear me, at least some part of it.
Yes, towards the end we couldn't hear, but yes, I'll return to you after my question to Benjamin. So thank you for answering the question on Pakistan. Benjamin, there's a question on the prospects of U.S. intervention in the region, and it's a quite long comment and question. I'll read the question. Do you think that the setback in Afghanistan for the U.S. may finally make those at the top U.S. Policymakers realize that their experiments on nation building in Central and West Asia are complete failures? Do you think that would spell the end of U.S. intervention in the region, in the broader region?
Right. To be succinct, I think American hubris, or the hubris of the American imperial class, is much too grand to be punctured by such a little thing as this, as it were. But a couple of things. Actually, I would take issue with the characterization of nation building. That was never what the United States or any of its partners were involved in Afghanistan. And I think that's important to remember, because this goes back to the issue of what's at stake in the Afghan civil war. Afghanistan has long had a strong sense of Afghan nationalism. There's been a strong sense of communal belonging to an Afghan nation. The problem historically, as one of my colleagues, David Edwards, has pointed out, is that allegiance or identity as part of an Afghan nation has been largely horizontal between people rather than vertical between people and a state. And so what the United States and its allies have been involved in over the past 20 years, though they like to think it's nation building, it has actually been state building, which is a different animal, as it were. So on that, number one. Number two, I actually think that far from challenging the global war on terror, which is still ongoing, this will further facilitate it. Afghanistan was able to continue for 20 years because of the indifference of the American electorate and the purposeful ignoring of it by the American political class. Unlike Iraq, for example, where the United States public spoiled on the war shortly after President Bush's reelection, the United States public has never really spoiled on the war in Afghanistan. Even with the withdrawal and the unpopularity of the scenes of withdrawal, if you parse the public polling, people support the withdrawal, they don't support the way it was done. American attitudes have been marked by profound indifference to this war. And the withdrawal of American troops, getting American boys and girls, as it were, out of harm's way, I think actually gives increased cover for the continuation of the clandestine war, in particular through drone warfare. I mean, let's remember Afghanistan is one front of a global drone war, which the United States continues to prosecute in places like Yemen, Somalia, places in Central Africa. And in fact, you know, after the bombing of Kabul airport on the 26th, we saw the day after a drone strike, which took out ISK commanders, right? So I think far from actually forcing a serious kind of, as it were, come to Jesus moment by the American political class to rethink this, this will facilitate a continuation of that war.
Okay, thank you. Let's have a question for both of you. There's a question from Eduardo Limon. What could be done by countries, perhaps not only countries, but also the United Nations and other organizations, to ensure that the Taliban abide with international law and agreements? Akram or Benjamin?
Yeah, very quickly, I think international community doesn't have much leverage on Taliban, despite the fact that of course, as Benjamin has also mentioned, that Afghanistan is very dependent on international aid, and only this international aid and recognition from international community can be used as a leverage for countries to try to promote, to advance some important principles, while the Taliban will form the government and will try to take these as concerns as important, as valuable in the process of forming new government. So saying, especially in these realities, there is a shortage of foreign currency, there is the approaching humanitarian crisis, there is the drain in Afghanistan. So all these factors will put pressure on Taliban to have some contacts with international world. So again, from the previous experience of, I think Taliban is making kind of lessons from their history, from their previous experience of governing Afghanistan. So I think they should be clearly ready for the fact that if they prefer to be isolated, so try to push this agenda without ignoring all kinds of concerns from international community, so they will have very limited interaction with the outside world. And of course, it will put much pressure on the current situation and level and power inside of Afghanistan.
Thank you. Benjamin, would you like to respond to the question on international, how Afghanistan could be encouraged to follow international rules?
I think Akram just hit the proverbial nail on the head. It's very limited, and it's largely pulling the purse strings.
Okay, this is a question for Akram. How do you think China will use the Shanghai Cooperation Organization framework in dealing with the Taliban government?
I don't think that China is going to use Shanghai Cooperation Organization in dealing with Taliban government. There's of course little chance that this will be discussed within SCO and it somehow will be raised. But I think what is China doing for the last several years, it's more concentrated on its relations with Afghanistan on bilateral basis, or more with kind of engagement and with support from Pakistan. So I think this will be still priority for this country in the upcoming period. An SCO platform can be used just for promoting some general ideas and general kind of statements on Afghanistan, rather than having something specific and implementing some kind of concrete things in this country.
Thank you. It is a question for both. What do you think are the implications of the poor outcome of US withdrawal from Afghanistan towards US's relationship with other countries? I guess the question is about the American security umbrella in other regions, like in the Philippines.
Benjamin, would you like to jump in?
Sure. Well, you know, obviously somebody like China is going to say that America is the unreliable ally, especially with security guarantees. And China's obviously made a lot of propaganda use out of that in the recent days. On the flip side, the Biden administration, you know, is trying to, as it were, cauterize the wound and ring fence it and say, no, this was a one-off. You know, we had already made clear our intentions to withdraw, and don't take this as a sign of our commitment to alliance. I think in terms of realpolitik, it's hard for American allies, close or near, to read it as anything but a giant question mark over American commitment. I mean, the war in Afghanistan was always driven by domestic interest and a domestic timeline in the United States. The United States, like I say, has been marked by its indifference to Afghanistan and the Afghans throughout, a shockingly callous indifference. And I think that that can understandably be read by many of US enemies and allies as, what kind of friend are you going to be? And this is going to be one of the great challenges that the Biden administration and future administrations are going to face moving forward.
Okay, another question. If the US was not fully ready for the withdrawal, would it have been possible for the US not to honor Trump's agreement with the Taliban to withdraw by May 2021 and ink another deal instead?
Do you want me to have a go at that and then give it to Akram? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, okay. Look, the American political class was ready for withdrawal from 2002. The way this war was prosecuted was always a tactical war. It was, this is part of the reason of American failure, or part of the character of American failure. There was no clearly, coherently enunciated strategy for the war. What were we doing there? Why were we doing it? Was this clearly articulated? I mean, when Biden got up on August 16th to give his initial speech to justify the withdrawal, he goes back to 2010 and says, in 2011, when we were debating about going after bin Laden, I said it should only be a counterterrorism operation, and that finishes when we kill bin Laden in 2011. And so he actually correctly stated his position when he was vice president for Obama, but he lost that policy discussion at that time. As president, he's going back and saying, look, that thing I lost 10 years ago, I was right about. And by the way, the past 10 years have really then been about nothing, because the job was done when we got bin Laden. Which means that the United States has always prosecuted this war as a tactical war. The United States has, since day one, been looking to create the conditions for its withdrawal. And I think what happened was the Biden administration decided those conditions were not going to come about at the cost it was willing to pay. And so better to pull the Band-Aid off now, when you are a long way away from any electoral fallout of this. The American electorate, when it goes back to the polls in November of 2022, is not going to remember Afghanistan. They are going to be debating stupid things like whether we should make our kids mask in school, or whether or not vaccines should be mandated. And that's the political calculus he's pulled. And there's an argument that, callous though it is, it's probably politically correct.
Akram, would you like to respond to the question
Yeah.
of inking a new deal instead of following what the Trump administration had
So
previously?
yes, thanks a lot. I'll try to be very brief on this. I think Benjamin is right saying that from the US was ready and was thinking about withdrawal from the very beginning of this operation. And at least it was officially declared from the Obama period. So it took at least 6-7 years to be accomplished. So I think it was there was a common decision to leave Afghanistan. But of course, the way it has been done was a complete mess. I think that this pictures and videos from the Kabul airport, I think, shocked many, many people in the world. And maybe from the perspective of superpowers, from the perspective of strategic thinking, it may not be very important, but I think still the fact that so many, that there is a ongoing refugee crisis from Afghanistan, I think it's a sign that this withdrawal should be done in a slightly different manner. It's fine that there is a withdrawal, but the way how it has been done, of course, there are many questions to this.
Right. Okay. This is a question on the governance of the new Taliban regime. So 9/11 was the one event that directly led to international intervention and the fall of the Taliban regime in 2001. With this new emirate, this new regime, and how it wishes to be, do you think it will be able to rein in more extremist factions from initiating attacks to the West and thereby repeating probably the 2001 invasion? Meaning, the question is on the Taliban relationship with more radical and extremist organizations. And this could be for Akram or for Benjamin.
Akram, why don't you have a go? Because I bet you have very interesting things to say about the IMU and radicalism in Central Asia.
Yeah, thanks a lot. So the response could be very long, but I'll try to be very short on this issue because we have, I think, limited time and the next speakers are also waiting. So it depends. The very short answer, it depends. There are many factors which are very difficult to be foreseen at this stage. So again, we can see kind of different scenarios. Yeah, if there is a kind of more interaction, engagement with Taliban, between the Taliban and international community, though it can lead to some kind of attempt from the Taliban side to have this kind of pleasant looking in the view of the Western countries and try to be limited in the kind of any type of cooperation with terrorist organization. But if there is a kind of full isolation and Taliban has no kind of links, there's no responsibility for anything, there are no commitments, then of course it can lead to some kind of giving a ground for different types of terrorist organization, which happened back in 1990. So, but there are relations with different types of international terrorist organizations which are still present in Afghanistan, quite contradictory. So at some point, the Benjamin mentioned IMU, or there is also calling of IMT. So at some point they had a full type of cooperation, but then there was a period when IMU declared its kind of further cooperation with Daesh in Afghanistan. Then there was a rivalry. So to the level that Taliban even captured the leader of IMU, who declared this change in their position. So again, it's obvious that if Taliban control the ground, this will be the decision maker who can be hosted in this country and what kind of operation they can do in this country. And from this perspective, I think it's important to discuss these issues with Taliban in advance. And I think this is one of the major points which the Central Asian countries are pushing in their current interaction with Taliban and are requiring some guarantees that this Taliban will prevent any type of terrorist threat to the region from their territory.
Okay, thank you, Akram. Maybe Dr. Sevilla can also respond to the question on the probable connections of the rise of the impact on Southeast Asia, specifically on the Philippines, of this new regime, in terms of connections with the extremist or radical organizations.
Well, it is very too early to see the relationship between what has been happening in Afghanistan and what would be the impact of that Taliban regime to the Southeast Asian countries. But right after the taking over of Kabul, some Indonesian who were part of this extremist group who were actually in prison was freed, and they were released from prison, and therefore it is possible that in few days from now they will be repatriated back to Indonesia. But this does not suggest that it will have some impact to the security of Indonesia, But what I am worried about is the idea of this Taliban model of governance as well as ideology, the Islamic ideology that the Taliban has, and whether or not our young generation in the country and other parts of Southeast Asia who are facing injustice would actually like to follow or to adopt this ideology. And probably that will have some negative impact in the security in those areas where these young Muslims are actually living. So, but as of now, I don't think there is an impact in terms of security yet. So it's too early to to anticipate the impact. That's all.
Thank you, Dean Sevilla. This is a question for the three of you, and also the last question before we go for a brief break and a set of new speakers. So how do you see Afghanistan in the short and middle term? What kind of country will we see in, say, 5 years?
It's a
Akram,
very tough question. I would prefer again to have kind of scenario. There is no one response to this question. So again, many things depend on how kind of world will deal with Taliban, how Taliban will deal with the outside world, and what kind of internal activities will happen in this country. So this resistance which was in Panjshir, it was the last resistance, or we can see some, we could see some revival of some other resistance formed in different other parts of the country. So there are many kind of variables which are important in building this kind of future picture of Afghanistan. So from this perspective, we can say that then the three scenarios: optimistic, pessimistic, and something in between. And optimistic of the fact that that Taliban will follow this kind of the important principles which are declared by international community. But I think this is less kind of probable scenario, and that will lead kind of full kind of engagement and interaction, whole scale kind of development aid, and what all kind of benefits of such relations. The pessimistic that there will be full isolation of Taliban, but like in mid 1990s. I think again that this scenario is also not very possible, because I think that they're taking some lessons from that period, that this isolation will not lead to the prosperity, to the further rise of the rule and influence of the Taliban. And I think they will at least try to consider some factors in order to be not fully isolated. Something in between there will be kind of, they will try to get some of the principles which are kind of very important for outside world and try to implement them in Afghanistan. And it will lead to some limited interaction, some small kind of regular support to this country for the development, for humanitarian, for preventing some kind of humanitarian crisis, at least. And it's also important for the European countries, for the Western world to support this country in order to prevent the further rise of this refugee crisis. Otherwise, we can see the second Syrian refugee crisis in Afghanistan. So I think this scenario is more or less the one which can be possible in the foreseeable future, which you said, kind of 5 years period. So, but again, who knows? So many things are changing so quickly. So who could say that Ghani will fall down just in 2 weeks? So in this circumstances, it's very difficult to foresee something, to give prognosis for 5 years when we could hardly see what can happen in a month's period.
Thank you, Akram. Benjamin, would you like to add?
Yeah, I'll just be quick, but I wholly agree with Akram. And I mean, obviously right now it's a very fluid and unstable situation with a lot of possible permutations of the way this could play out. I think very few of them are good, but there's a lot of different ways this could go. I would actually go back to what I said in my presentation, which I think medium to long term, the issues I raised about governance, namely the reconstitution of a social compact between society and state, will really be determinative of long-term stability. And then the issues of a foreign subsidy, legitimacy, and meeting the expectations of the populace by the Taliban or by a subsequent government is really going to be key. The final thing I'd say, which kind of goes back to some comments in the last question, and also some I've seen about in the question, is I would caution that I don't think we really have a good understanding of the Taliban as it is today. We have a good understanding of what the Taliban was during the 1990s. And I think you could make a reasonable argument that it was largely a Pashtun chauvinist movement with significant support from Pakistan.
I think he froze. Or is it me?
Yeah.
Yes, yes, you did.
I
He's
can't
frozen.
also.
Okay. Benjamin? Yeah, I was told that we are out of time. We have exceeded our time allotment. So unfortunately, we could not wait for Benjamin to unfreeze again. So Danae, thank you, Akram. I'll return the floor to Danae.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much to our speakers. Thank you very much, Sir Ariel, for facilitating the open forum. And thank you very much to our first two speakers for their very interesting insights. I hope everyone learned something. Okay, so however, because of the time, I think they will not be able to stay with us for the whole duration of the webinar. I believe it's already 3 a.m. where they are. So again, thank you very much to Dr. Umarov and Dr. Hopkins for sharing your expertise, being with us this morning. Okay, so before you leave us fully, is it okay if we have a photo opportunity
Of
for
course.
all the speakers? Okay, maybe we can turn on your videos. Okay. Sir June, maybe Micah. Okay. Sir Ariel, maybe you can turn on your videos.
I'm in another forum. Okay.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3, smile. Again, 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, thank you very much. Hopefully,
Thank you.
Dr. Hopkins comes back so he can also have a photo opportunity with us. Again, thank you very much, Dr. Umarov, for your
Thank
for
you. My
sharing.
pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, so at this moment we shall have a short break so we can stretch our legs, get coffee. I know it's already 3 p.m. here in the Philippines and you might need to refresh somehow, so it will take a short break and we'll be back around 3:05. Okay, and please come back at 3:05 because we have 2 more speakers and I believe they will also offer interesting insights, especially about Pakistan. Both I think in the previous presentations, Pakistan was mentioned, and I think both of the presentations will dwell on Afghanistan's relations with Pakistan. Also, our next speaker is actually an Afghan himself, so that would be interesting. I hope our previous speakers can stay if they want to, stay very, very, very late. Okay, so again, for a short break, and I hope we'll be back.
You can play our sponsors. This webinar is brought to you by the Asian Center, University of the Philippines, Diliman.
Yes, so here are our programs. If you are interested to pursue graduate studies on Asian studies, we have programs offered at the Asian Center on Northeast Asia, Southeast Asia, South Asia, West Asia. Okay.
And then you can also tell them about the open access journals.
Right. Okay, so we also have our Asian Studies journal where you can read free, and I repeat, free materials. You can download free materials on Asian Studies. Here we're visiting the website asj.upd.edu.ph. You can just click on archives and you can have access to all the issues of the Asian Studies Journal. Okay, from 1963 onwards, up to the present. So I hope you'll download, visit our website. There we have issues on Southeast Asia. If you're interested in Japanese studies, we have an issue on the writings of Dr. Josefa Saniel, a known Japanologist. We have Filipino nurse migration under J. Pepa. This is actually also about Japanese studies. We have Southeast Asia, the Philippines. Yeah. If you missed parts of the lecture, the first two lectures, don't worry. We shall be uploading the presentations of the speakers who will consent to uploading their presentations on our Asian Center YouTube channel. Sir Janice, maybe we can visit the Asian Center YouTube channel. Yeah, where you can watch replays of our previous webinars. So we've been holding webinars since the start of since June 2020, and I hope there we go. We have engaging with China, our webinar on engaging with China. We have saving Gaza, fighting for peace webinars. So I hope you'll like and subscribe our YouTube channel, like our Facebook page for first-hand news. Here is our Facebook page. I hope you like and subscribe if you haven't already done it. Our page is also very active. We post news from all around Asia. Okay. Okay, maybe we can now go back to our webinar. I hope we apologize for the very short break, but I believe we have more interesting presentations ahead for you. Okay. So, okay, we have now our next speakers. Okay, so let us proceed to our next set of speakers. Are you ready? Okay. So let me introduce our third speaker for this afternoon. So our third speaker is a historian and a writer with a master's in Indology from Jawaharlal Nehru University in New Delhi, and is a candidate for his master's in philosophy from the University of the Philippines, Diliman. So he is a longtime observer of Afghanistan because he is an Afghan himself, and he is also a contributor to the New Leam and the author of the essay Joe Biden on Afghanistan, Will It Be Different from the Trump Years? So this afternoon, he will talk about friends and foe in the Afghanistan war, Pakistan's role. So let us give a warm welcome to Mr. Irshad Nurzai Balki.
Thank you so much for this kind introduction. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Sevilla, Professor Talambas for inviting me to this discussion, and all the Asian Studies administration. It's really good to be back in UP, even if it's virtual. UP has been my second home. I have lived there for a couple of years, and some of my best friends in my life are from UP. What I'm going to present today is, as the previous speakers, they talked about the current situation of Afghanistan and what would be the implication of it and what happened, things like that. But the audience, they might be wondering, like asking questions like, who are the Taliban? What are the roots of the Taliban? How did they come to power? And also, in the last 20 years of war in Afghanistan, the question is that why did the US fail? Why did the Afghanistan government fail? What was the reasons for this failure of war in Afghanistan and the government of Afghanistan? So for the failure of Afghanistan government and the US and international troops in Afghanistan, there were multiple reasons. And I'm not saying that what I'm going to share is the only reason. What I'm going to say is that this is the main reason one of the main reasons for the failure of Afghanistan government and the war against the Taliban. So I will start my my presentation. Is it can you see it?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, good. So I will start. My presentation will have three parts. The first part is the introduction on the colonial background. The second part is the Soviet invasion and civil war and Taliban, and the third part will be the post 9/11 regime in Afghanistan. So I will start my speech today here by quoting some quotations from high officials of Pakistan government, Prime Minister, the Chief of ISI. Like, for example, here, one of the quotes says that the post government in Afghanistan should be a pro-Pakistan government. This is what Parvez Musharraf, the Prime Minister of Pakistan at that time, said. For example, the other quotation is that the ethnic composition of the government in Afghanistan is unbalanced. The interim government in Kabul is being led by the three musketeers of the Northern Alliance. Neither India nor Israel should be part of any US coalition. Again, this is by Parvez Musharraf. Do not equate terrorism in Afghanistan with terrorism in Kashmir. So when you see by any standard, you can, when you hear these quotations, by any standard, you can see this is the interference of one country in the on behalf of the other country and internal and domestic politics of the country. This has been the nature of Pakistan policy in Afghanistan, which has shaped the last 40 years of Afghanistan political history and also the war in Afghanistan. So in order to understand this, why Pakistan does this and why Pakistan has this kind of approach towards Afghanistan, we have to go back and see the roots of this policy of Pakistan, which goes back to the colonial period. By the way, this is the map of Afghanistan that you can see. Afghanistan as a modern state was established in 1747. So that was in 18th century, about 300 years ago. Interestingly, Afghanistan is one of the, in terms of modern state nations, Afghanistan is one of the oldest states in the region, beside Iran and Turkey. If you look at the map, most of the other countries, they have been established like in mid 20th century, or like, for example, even late 20th century, like, for example, in 90s of 20th century, like Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, and other countries. But you see, Afghanistan is one of the countries that is, in terms of modern state, it's one of the oldest in the region, but unfortunately, it's one of the most unstable country in the region. So I would like to go back to the colonial background, like how the British Empire had certain policy in Afghanistan that actually Pakistan adopted that and continued in Afghanistan. So we see in the map, this is the map of British India. So the British colonized Afghanistan, and that's the map that you see in reddish color. That's the British India map, and then you see up there is Afghanistan. So the British Empire in the region, they had different policy towards Afghanistan, and this policy was shaped in the context of the Great Game. So the Great Game was a rivalry between the two empire and two power of that time in Central Asia, the Russian Empire, and from the south, the British Empire that came to South Asia. So they had this rivalry in Central Asia, which was called named the Great Game. The British Empire, they had in the 19th century, they had different approaches and different policies to Afghanistan. Sometimes it was a buffer state, sometimes it was forward policy. So buffer state means that the Russian Empire and the British Empire, they decided that they will put Afghanistan as the buffer state between them, so they will not clash with each other. And then, based on the circumstances of the world politics or the relationship between the Russia and British, then they would change their policies. Like then they would take, for example, the forward policy. The forward policy means that they would go attack Afghanistan and conquer Afghanistan, which ended up in two Anglo-Afghan wars. So the first one is the first Afghan-Anglo war was in 1839 to 42, and the second one was from 78 to 80s. So for the two times the British, they went and they conquered Afghanistan, they conquered Kabul, and they stayed there for a while, but then they were defeated. Probably one of the ugliest defeat the British Empire ever faced was in Afghanistan. So the policy of British Empire with Afghanistan was that we have to have either control Afghanistan by conquering it, or we have to have some kind of a king there or Amir there or a ruler that they will be a kind of a puppet government of the British, or they will be assigned by the British to rule that region, as Professor Hopkins mentioned earlier. So this was how they wanted to handle Afghanistan. And the reason was that they were scared of the influence of the Russia to come to Afghanistan. There was also this a lot of colonial episteme of the region, especially the British, when they interacted with Afghanistan and they were defeated in Afghanistan. So they started this a kind of narrative about Afghanistan, especially with the region that so-called, it's the tribal area of tribal region that is between now border of Afghanistan and Pakistan. They set up a kind of a narrative that these people are savage, they are unruled, they are primitive tribes. And the reason for this was that they wanted to justify their colonization in there. But one of the interesting thing is that in that region that they were calling it, this is savage and uncivilized region, one of the greatest nonviolent movement arose, and that was the Khan Abdul Ghaffar Khan movement, the nonviolent movement in that region. If you remember Gandhi, Gandhi started the non-violence philosophy in India, and he started the nonviolent movement. And Gandhi was actually killed. He was not killed by the British, and he was not killed by a Muslim. He was killed by Hindu extremists. But you see in the part of the borders between Afghanistan and Pakistan, there were these tribal Muslim tribals. They started one of the most successful non-violent movement. So this was a kind of a awkward moment for the British Empire, because they were like, oh, we were introducing these people that they are violent, they are savage, but then you have this kind of a movement that they were 100,000 of people joined this movement, and they didn't know what to do with it. This is important to mention because after Pakistan was established, Pakistan adopted the same kind of a narrative about the people in that region. These people are violent, these are savage, these are unruled, and that kind of narrative even extended not just between the tribal areas of the border of Afghanistan and Pakistan, but the whole region of Afghanistan. That's kind of been a perspective, at least not by all Pakistanis, ordinary people, but by politicians. Here I'm quoting just an example of a pledge of becoming a Khuday Khidmatgar was the organization of this non-violent movement. This was their pledge when they wanted to join this this movement. Anyway, maybe some of the important things, like for example, in the name of God who is present and evident, I am a Khuday Khidmatgar. I will serve the nation without any self-interest. I will not take revenge. My action will be non-violent. And lots of these, they had really beautiful teachings. But what happened with this, the British actually massacred them. Like the Qasakhwani massacre is one of the times that they actually shoot and killed hundreds of these people, and they didn't act. The local people, the people who were the part of the movement, they did not take back gun and fight the British. It's important to mention this because this continued, this kind of a narrative continued when Pakistan was established. So Pakistan was established in 1947, and most of the generals of Pakistan, they were trained by the British officers. They got their education with the British, so they kind of adopted this doctrine of forward policy in Afghanistan, or their approach towards Afghanistan. They got it from the British. So when Pakistan was established actually in the idea of religion, because in the South Asia they decided that the Hindus should have their own country and the Muslims should have their own country. So the Muslims, they decided to have their own country and they called it Pakistan. It was established in the name of the religion, which I think that was a wrong idea from the start, because you cannot have a country on basis on the religion, because there is no certain interpretation of religion. So that's why from the beginning this problem has started. But anyway, that's why if you look at Pakistan history, the minorities like Christians, Hindus, Shias, Ahmadiyas, they have, of course, very terrible situation. But when Pakistan was established, they had to continue this policy towards Afghanistan. So with the British, they had the philosophy of like colonialism. We are bringing civilization, we are bringing development. But what about the Pakistan? What was their way of justifying this interference in Afghanistan? So they continued the same forward policy, but they called it jihad. So this is the jihad policy of Pakistan. And inside Pakistan, there were radical movements which started, and they had a very extremist interpretation of Islam, and unfortunately many rulers of Pakistan, they adopted this interpretation. So based on this interpretation, you can call any Muslim and say, oh, this guy is not a Muslim, so then you can do jihad. So for example, for these people who did the jihad policy in Afghanistan, the Afghan rulers were not Muslim enough for them. So and sometimes there is also this misunderstanding that people think that the jihad policy of Pakistan started when the Soviet invaded Afghanistan. No, actually, the jihad policy of Pakistan started in 1960s. In 1960s, the Islamist parties in Pakistan pursued the intelligence of Pakistan to establish an ideological allies in Afghanistan. In summer of 1975, Pakistan backed a series of Islamist insurrections in Afghanistan, including the Panjshir Valley, led by Masood. So these are examples of like how Pakistan had already started the jihad policy in Afghanistan and supporting the Muslim fundamentalists and training them and supporting them, giving them guns and sending them to Afghanistan to fight. This was long before the Soviet invaded Afghanistan. What happened here in Pakistan in history is that there was a general which was called Zia-ul-Haq. Zia-ul-Haq, for example, in 1979 announced that he intends to establish a genuine Islamic order. So Zia-ul-Haq was one of these guys who Islamicized Pakistan and adopted the political Islam ideology for Pakistan. He promoted the political Islam, and by this time, the extremists in Pakistan and the radical Muslims, they were already very popular and they were very strong. Like, for example, in 1979, they burned the U.S. embassy in Islamabad. They burned it to ashes, and there was one American diplomat was killed even, and the others were going to be burned alive. They were just lucky that they could run away and survive. It's also interestingly that the same year in 1979, U.S. embassy was attacked in Iran, and in 1979, Khomeini brought an Islamic revolution in Iran. But if you look at it, compare these two countries, for example, when the U.S. embassy was attacked in Iran, Bollywood made a movie out of it. It's called Argo, and then U.S. put sanctions on it. But when you compare this with Pakistan, people don't know what happened in that year. And many people, if you talk about U.S. embassy being attacked in Pakistan, they don't have any idea. In return, instead of, for example, Pakistan being a sanction being put on Pakistan, Zia got rewarded for this. He was invited to come to White House, and he got very nice treat. And this has been one of the problem in Pakistan, that most of the time when Pakistan actually has supported terrorism, they have been rewarded instead of being punished. So this was the background of the jihad policy in Afghanistan. Then we come to a new era of Pakistan's jihad policy in Afghanistan, which comes with the invasion of Afghanistan by the Soviet Union. So when the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan, this became a great opportunity for Pakistan. It kind of like the all ingredients, they came together for a perfect meal that Pakistan army wanted to cook, because when the Soviet Union they invaded Afghanistan, then the world reacted. For example, the U.S. and other countries, they said, okay, this is the spread of communism in South Asia and the region, probably to Iran, and then we'll go to Persian Gulf, and we'll put the oil resources in danger. So they all came US, Saudi, and many other countries, they actually came and they made alliance with Pakistan, and they gave millions and billions of dollars to Pakistan to support and train fundamentalist Muslims inside Pakistan, make for them madrasas, hundreds and thousands of madrasas, and they were taught extremism teachings like, okay, you have to kill infidels, you have to do jihad against the infidels. This kind of ideology was indoctrinated in these madrasas. So from Philippines to Morocco, from all over the world, people, Muslim fundamentalists, they came here and they were getting training. It kind of like became like, when you think about it, like the Holy Land in Israel, people go for pilgrimage there, or like, for example, Himalayas, people go there to get enlightened. The region of Pakistan, especially the northern region of Pakistan, which that tribal area that I mentioned earlier, it kind of became like the enlightened region for this radical Muslims. They were just going there, experience jihad, learn about jihad, how to kill, and then go back to their countries. So this was this is how this Islamic radicalism got rooted in that part, and Afghanistan became a victim of it, because then they were sending these terrorists to Afghanistan to fight against the leftist government in Afghanistan. So this is one of the motto of Ziaul-Haq. He was saying that Kabul must be boiled in the right temperature, and they would always talk about this in their meetings, and sometimes they would even make joke, and they would say, well, okay, just put a little bit more flame on it. So this is the honeymoon of Pakistan jihad, as I mentioned. Like, for example, when Carter offered 40 million aid for Ziaul-Haq, he rejected it. He said, oh, this is peanuts. So instead of that, he got $3.2 billion, and then he got offered to buy F-16 jets and things like that. And also to other angles, looking at it from other angle of the jihad in Afghanistan, you see, like, for example, this is Charlie Wilson. This was US senator that he was so impressed by these jihadis that he would actually go himself to these regions and meet these people and support them. And he was lobbying for these jihadis and getting money, millions and billions of dollars support for these people. For example, Jalaluddin Haqqani, he is one of the very radical Muslim fundamentalists. He met him and he called him the goodness personified. And then Haqqani became one of the very ugly extremist Taliban, and he killed lots of people in the last 20 years. For example, William Casey, who was the chief of the CIA in Afghanistan in that time, he was seeing that this jihad in Afghanistan is a kind of a struggle between the atheists, communist atheists, and the community of believers of God, meaning Christians and Muslims. So anyway, in this time of the jihad that they were bringing these people, also one of the persons that came in that region for this experiment of jihad was Osama bin Laden. So he came there, and he was, a rich Saudi guy. So he was also supporting, giving funds to these jihadis. In this time also, they were sending all sorts of terrorism in Afghanistan. Like, for example, they made bombs out of pens, watches, cigarettes, lighters, tape recorders, and even toys. Like, I remember when I was a kid, my parents would tell me that if you see anything outside on the street, if you see a pen, if you see a toy, don't pick it up, because they were all explosive. They were bombs. Like, for example, this is the amount of plastic explosive that had been transferred by Pakistan intelligence in this time, in Mujahideen time, was enough to blow up half of New York. Imagine, this is just just the plastic explosive. This is not other type of bombs. Only plastic explosive that they sent to Afghanistan. So anyway, this the war of the Soviet Union war continued for 10 years, and then in 1989, the Soviets left Afghanistan. This war killed 1 million people and 1.5 million physically disabled, and created 6 to 7 million refugees. Then the other part is, this is the cultural jihad. These madrasas that they were created in Pakistan, they are these extremist Muslims that they hate everything. They hate science, they hate literature, they hate music, they hate art. So these pictures that I'm putting here is this, you see they're destroying music instrument. This is just from 2 days ago. And then this Taliban ban on sports for women. This is also from two days ago. This is not from the 1990s. This is just what happened 2 days ago. And they are supposed to call that Taliban has changed. So a part of the cultural jihad, because they wanted to create a new kind of a country from scratch. They wanted to destroy all the culture of Afghanistan. So, for example, Afghanistan has a long, rich history. Afghanistan was at one time it was a Zoroastrian country. Then it was a stronghold of Buddhism. Great Persian poets, like for example Rumi, that you must have heard. He was born in Afghanistan, actually in my city. And also one of the earliest Persian writing and scripts, they actually come from Afghanistan, not from Iran. So Afghanistan has a rich tradition and history. But then these Mujahideen and the Taliban that they got training in Pakistan, they are against this culture. So what they did is, this is the Buddha statue. The Buddha statue of Bamyan. This was the largest Buddha statue in the world, and they destroyed it. So part of the other cultural jihad that they were doing, here I'm giving examples of textbooks. This is textbooks for children. They were created this in Pakistan, published it in Pakistan. They were sending this to Afghanistan for children. See, this is look at the pictures. They are putting pictures of guns. Why? Because they want to brainwash the children from very youth, to familiarize them with gun, to normalize them, the concept of gun and killing and violence. Look at, for example, this is a math book for children. Like they're teaching how to count: 2 grenades, 3 guns, and 4 bullets. Or like, for example, this one. This is all children books. And let me give you an example of their advanced mathematics. So in their advanced mathematics that I have, when I was kid, this was part of our curriculum. Their advanced mathematics was like, for example, there is an infidel Russian standing 1 kilometer away. The speed of a bullet is, for example, 200 meters per second. Now calculate, how long does it take for the bullet from the Mujahid to hit the head of the infidel Russian? So this would be their mathematics that they were teaching in public schools. This is not madrasas in Pakistan, public schools. Imagine what was going on in madrasas. So when civil war started in Afghanistan, when the Russians left Afghanistan, then the civil war started in Afghanistan. Then this became the motto of Akhtar Abu Rahman, which is the chief of ISI. He was saying Kabul must fall. And when the Russians left, there was civil war, and part of the civil war was that they wanted to form a coalition government. The different parties of the Mujahideen, they wanted to form a coalition party, and they accepted to have an interim government, and from there they will have election. But again, what was the problem? The problem was that Pakistan wanted to have a friendly government in Kabul. So they were scared that if there will be election in Afghanistan, their guys will not get enough votes. So they continued supporting one of the most extremist mujahideen to keep fighting. And he did not compromise, and he kept fighting. So for example, this is Amit Gul. He's also the chief of the ISI. He was saying that there can be no ceasefire in a jihad against the unbeliever Marxist unbelievers. This is a background. The background is that Dr. Najibullah, who was the last leftist president of Afghanistan, he actually started a reconciliation program, exactly what Ashraf Ghani did in the last couple of years. He was telling to the Mujahideen, okay, let's have a reconciliation, let's have peace. And then in this, we will have a peace, and then we have a ceasefire, and then from this ceasefire, we will go have an election. You can participate in an election. If you win vote, you form the government and we leave. But they did not accept this. Exactly, that's what happened to Ashraf Ghani. People who know the history of fundamentalist Muslims like Taliban, they knew it, that the Taliban will not accept election. They will not make peace, and that's what happened. So then what ISI did is supported this guy, this very, very, very dangerous extremist, Hikmatyar. He is known as the Butcher of Kabul. So, and also his other name is called Rocket Yar, because of his a bombardment of Kabul. He shoot thousands of missiles in Kabul. This guy was the client of ISI, and they wanted him to take over Afghanistan, regardless of what happens, even with the killing of millions of Afghans. And this is what happened. This is how they destroyed Kabul. So a massive convoy of 700 Pakistani trucks carrying 40,000 long range rockets across the border from Peshawar headed to Kabul outskirts. This is how the ISI sent this guy with 40,000 rockets to go take over Kabul. So anyway, the civil war finished, and we comes the time of the Taliban, and there is an important thing. The background with the Taliban is because something happened when there was civil war in Afghanistan. That was because the Central Asian countries, like for example Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, and Tajikistan, they got independent, and there was a new geopolitics forming. And this new geopolitics that was forming, these new countries, they have lots of resources. Like for example, Turkmenistan has a lot of gas and oil, Uzbekistan the same. So South Asian countries, like for example Pakistan and India, they need energy. So they wanted to transfer this energy from Central Asia to Pakistan. So, but there was a civil war going on in Afghanistan. They could not do this. And this time the Taliban emerged. So when the Taliban emerged, again, the Pakistan ISI and the government, they backed the Taliban in Afghanistan. Actually, it's quite interesting. Benazir Bhutto, who was educated in Oxford and Harvard, a liberal woman, he became the mother of the Taliban. He was the one who established endorsed Taliban for the first time. Amit Gul is known as the father of the Taliban, and Benazir Bhutto as the mother of the Taliban. So just to imagine from a gender perspective that you might think that, you know, a liberal woman will not be, you know, this kind of a misogynist, they will not support, but she did. So anyway, the last part here is a post 9/11, which the question is like, what happened in Afghanistan in this war? Why this war continued for this long, and why did the government of Afghanistan fail and the US and international forces fail? One of the main reason is, again, Pakistan's support of Taliban. So-called riding two horses at the same time. Asad Durrani was one of the chief of the ISI. In 2017, when he was interviewed in Al Jazeera head-to-head program, he was asked about the support of the Taliban. He quoted this. It's not his own quote, but he quoted from someone else, from a British guy. He says that, you know, in the context, like if you don't know how to ride two horses, you cannot come to politics. So what they did is they became alliance with the US, but at the same time they keep supporting the Taliban. So the first stage of this policy was support and denial. So they were supporting the Taliban, but they were denying it. Just you would give them a cup of water to ISI and say, this is a cup of water. They would say, I have not seen it. By 2004, there was strong evidence that Musharraf had made the policy of supporting the Taliban. You know, there was like, when the US came to Afghanistan, they destroyed the Taliban, and then they thought that, okay, we have won the war and everything is good, and they were actually thinking of going back. But then by 2003, they realized that things are changing. The Taliban are coming back and they're fighting. So, but even in that first stage, for a couple of years, the US was not believing that the ISI and Pakistan army is still supporting the Taliban. Part of the reason was that Parvez Musharraf really trusted, George Bush really trusted Parvez Musharraf. And Parvez Musharraf was saying all the time lies, you know, we are not supporting. So they were just denial. For example, Bush President Khalilzad to Kabul in one of the times that he met Bush, he was the ambassador of the US in Kabul. He told to Bush that Taliban are supporting, ISI is supporting the Taliban. Then Bush said that Musharraf denies all of what you're saying. Then Khalilzad replied and saying that didn't they deny, Mr. President, for years that they didn't had a nuclear program? And in 2006, for example, the chief of NST, the National Security Directorate of Afghanistan, he did a profound study, field study. He would interview the Taliban and talk with them on their revival of who are supporting them, where their sources are, where their sanctuaries are. He got a profound study, and he published it, and he predicted by the 2009 the Taliban will come back. They will stop the war in the rural area, but they will start attacking the cities. He published his study strategy of the Taliban in the name of strategy of the Taliban. But again, for all of this time, the Afghans, they were all the time crying that, look, if you want to stop the war in Afghanistan, find the sources of the war. You cannot come and bomb the villages of Afghans, but let the terrorists have sanctuary there and come from there. That was kind of a scenario, but no one was listening to Afghanistan, to Afghans. In 2007 and 2008, it became crystal clear that the Pakistani army was supporting the Taliban. And then even George Bush, he realized that, I'm quoting this from Steve Cole, a book, he says that the son of the bitches are killing Americans. I have to add it in of it. Like he also realized it. And then in 2009, when he came to Afghanistan for his last trip to Afghanistan, for years, the president of Afghanistan, Ahmed Karzai, was telling to the Americans that Pakistan is supporting Taliban. You cannot end the war in Afghanistan unless you don't stop the source of the Taliban. But they were not listening to Afghans, and they were not trusting Afghans. Finally, Bush, when he met Ahmed Karzai last time, related to this issue, he told to the Afghan president, you were right. Then more evidences came. For example, in 2011, Osama bin Laden was found in Pakistan, actually just nearby the military base of the Pakistan. He was killed there. And then in 2016, this guy, you can see, this is one of the leader of the Taliban, the second leader of the Taliban. The first leader of the Taliban was Mullah Omar. He died actually also in Karachi in Pakistan, most probably in Karachi in Pakistan. And then this he replaced him. This guy was killed by US drone inside Pakistan land. He actually had travel to Iran. He was coming back from Iran with a Pakistani passport. So one of the things that changed in the policy of jihad, it was something new. It was the using children as a suicide bombers. This was like in the Mujahideen time and the Soviet Union, they didn't have this. But in the post 9/11, they started using this in the madrasas and in the territory of Pakistan. They would train these children and put them in drugs and then brainwash them and then send them to Kabul and to other cities in Afghanistan to explode themselves, because they could not send like, you know, trucks full of artillery anymore. So then they were using this new policy. And in this time, the motto became that the gate of heaven is in Kabul. So meaning that if you want to go to heaven, go explode yourself in Kabul. Then we come to Trump and Biden era. I think it was the Trump that said that this is a forever war. We have to stop forever war. And if you think about it, why did it become forever war? Of course, it becomes forever war. If you know the sources of the war, but you cannot cut it, it becomes forever war. So then they said that we have to withdraw from Afghanistan. They started submitting Afghanistan to the hands of the Taliban. I think Trump did this last year, 2020, February. He made a deal with the Taliban, and that was the transition of giving Afghanistan to the hands of the Taliban. Anyway, this war, you can see that the number of American soldiers, around 2,300 people died. Number of Afghan forces is 69,000. This is, I don't think this is true. This can be 2 times or 3 times more. Civilians, Afghan civilians and other allied troops. In the consequence of this 20 years, this was the casualties of Afghanistan war. All in all, with the support of Pakistan's army. These people were all killed in this war. I think I will stop there. I think I took a much longer time than I was expecting. I have 2 videos, maybe like 2 minutes. If you will allow me, I can share it, but if not, it's fine.
Sure. Sir, I think we can watch at least one video.
Okay. Can you see this?
Yes, sir, we can.
Okay. Okay. I think I stopped it.
Okay.
Anyway, this video that I shared, this is madrasa children. This is madrasa children in Pakistan, in Islamabad. This is not in the rural area, and they are singing praising songs for the Taliban in Islamabad. So with that, I will stop here, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Balki, for that very comprehensive presentation, and I hope our attendees had were able to learn something. And now at this moment we shall proceed to our next speaker. So Please hold on to your questions, and then after our next speaker, we will have our second open forum for this afternoon. Okay, so let me introduce our next speaker. So our last but certainly not the least speaker is a research fellow at the Alfred Deakin Institute for Citizenship and Globalization, Deakin University. He is an expert on peace and security in South Asia. During 2017 to 2019, he was a non-resident research fellow at the University of Southern California's Center on Public Diplomacy. Prior to joining Deakin University in April 2016, he was an assistant professor at the Center for International Peace and Stability, National University of Sciences and Technology, Pakistan. He has extensive experience carrying out fieldwork in South Asia, particularly in Pakistan. He is the author of Regionalism and Regional Security in South Asia, the role of SAARC, and his work has been published in reputable international journals such as Civil Wars, Middle East Policy, Asian Studies Review, Third World Quarterly, and Territory Politics Governance. So this afternoon, his presentation is on the Afghan conundrum in Pakistan, opportunities and challenges. So let us all welcome Dr. Zahid Shahab Ahmed.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Danai, and thanks to the University of Philippines and the Asia Center there. I think the event is very timely, and I'm very happy to participate in this, and very much looking forward to sharing some of my thoughts in relation to, especially in relation to Pakistan's role and interests in Afghanistan, but also I'll focus more on the geopolitical dynamics because I feel that they demand a lot of attention. So in relation to Pakistan's position, one needs to apply the realist lens, in my opinion, by focusing on history and the geopolitical dynamics, because what might appear from the previous speaker's remark is that, you know, Pakistan perhaps is the superpower and not the US. So that's not the case. We have to look at the broader picture in terms of what was happening around those key turning points in the history. So as the previous speaker rightly talked about, you know, the Durand Line issue, that remains one of the conflicting issues between Afghanistan and Pakistan. And since the very start, of course, you know, Pakistan has been looking for a friendly government in Afghanistan or a pro-Pakistan government for various reasons, because it inherited the security dilemma in relation to having disputes with India, a much bigger country, with far stronger army and, you know, the sheer size of its military as well. So that's one reality that we have to focus on. And then in addition to that, when Pakistan achieved independence, of course, its relationship with Afghanistan was conflictual. The only country that opposed Pakistan's membership at the United Nations. So this historic trust deficit has, in my opinion, continued. And I've actually published papers on this, and a recent paper in Asian Studies Review on this aspect. And then another aspect I'd like to focus more on, again, is the India's influence in Pakistan, because that increases Pakistan's anxiety. And of course, you know, a country with whom Pakistan has fought 4 wars. So it's natural that, you know, the level of animosity, of course, is heightened at any single point, and it has increased a lot. And while, of course, Shad was talking about madrasas and so on and extremism, of course, you know, like there are madrasas, there are extremist madrasas, but I must say the majority of them are not extremist madrasas, because I've traveled from one end of the country to another end, with many of them are actually very much willing to even teach English and computer sciences and so on. So not all madrasas are of the same kind. Similar is the case in other countries as well. So Pakistan's role in the Afghan-Soviet war, I think, is an important episode, because Pakistan was looking for an opportunity to achieve its national interests by gaining more influence in Afghanistan, because before that, all governments in Kabul, they were anti-Pakistan. The relationship was conflictual. They were more comfortable with India. So there's the bigger geopolitical picture that we have to look at. And another, I must say that we shouldn't just blame Pakistan as the only actor, because Pakistan was just the front line US partner in the Afghan-Soviet war. It was a proxy war between the US and the Soviet Union, and Pakistan was just a frontline actor. Of course, Mujahideen came from around the world. They were recruited from Pakistan as well, and then deployed into the war in Afghanistan. But also must share that in fact the jihadi literature was produced at the University of Nebraska, which was taught in madrasas in Pakistan and so on. So this is an important established fact published in many credible publications and so on, and this deserves some attention. And also the fact that madrasas, the number of madrasas in Pakistan increased at that time. The credible reports out there showing that the madrasa enrollment in Pakistan actually had decreased from 1940s to the 1980s, before the start of the Afghan-Soviet jihad. And then the number of madrasas increased and the enrollment also increased. So this was just few clarifications I wanted to make with reference to what the previous speaker talked about, as I've been doing some research on madrasas and also on the historical aspects and so on. And then moving on, I think the important episode was also that Pakistan, as it was involved in the Afghan-Soviet war, and later on, the Peshawar Accord was signed and an interim government was established, but it was a failure that paved the way for a civil war, and ultimately the Taliban emerged and the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan was established. As Irshad rightly talked about, it was only recognized by 3 countries, Pakistan, UAE, and Saudi Arabia. But Pakistan was mainly involved more deeply by having its own advisors placed in many of their ministries, the bureaucracy that was helping the Islamic Emirate run the government. So by virtue of that, it had some influence. But again, one must also recognize the fact that the Taliban were never or have never been fully under the control of Pakistan. So this is just a myth. If they were fully under the control of Pakistan, then how come the Durand line, the border dispute, is still alive? Why didn't they recognize Durand line as the permanent border between the 2 countries? Because if they were under the Pakistan influence, then that could have been resolved. In 2001, Pakistan and Japan, they both requested them not to destroy the Buddhas of Bamiyan. The Taliban, of course, didn't listen. After the 9/11, Pakistan also approached them to hand over Osama bin Laden to the US. Things didn't work as well. But then is the important aspect, the proxy war dynamic here, which is linked to the geopolitical dynamics in South Asia. India and others like China and Russia, when the Taliban were ruling, they were supporting the Northern Alliance factions, and Pakistan, on the other hand, was supporting the Taliban to crush any that form of the resistance. At the same time, and which is relevant to the present context again, in 1980s, Pakistan was hosting more than 4 million Afghan refugees. The number dropped during the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan because a lot of refugees did return to Afghanistan. But again, at any single point, Pakistan has been hosting 3 million refugees, out of which 1.5 million are registered and 1.5 million undocumented ones as well. So what happened post 9/11? So post 9/11, Pakistan was, of course, the US approached Pakistan to join the war on terror, considering, and they knew Pakistan's leverage in this case in terms of the understanding of Taliban and so on. So what Pakistan did, it's easy to say that Pakistan played the double game, but one needs to know the realities more deeply. So Pakistan did capture Taliban leader and handed them over to the US. Some ended up in Guantanamo Bay. For example, the Afghan ambassador during the Taliban's regime, he was captured by Pakistan. He actually served time in Guantanamo. Even Mullah Abdul Ghani brother, he was captured in Pakistan and so on. And then the Taliban even started attacking Pakistan. In 2010, there was an attack on Pakistani checkpoint in which 40 of Pakistani soldiers were also taken hostage by the Taliban. So what happened then suddenly? Why Pakistan suddenly changed its position by being a member in the war on terror, by being a partner with the US, to suddenly playing on the both sides, also supporting the Taliban I think the US miscalculated the geopolitical dynamics by giving India more space in Afghanistan. So India became much more bigger actor by providing, through $3 billion of investment / aid in various projects and so on. When Islamic Emirate was established, India had only one diplomatic mission in Kabul in 1996 that was closed. But now when the Taliban have taken over the country, again, India had 5 diplomatic missions, 1 embassy in Kabul, 4 consulates, close to the border areas, also in regions closer to Pakistan. And this naturally increased Pakistan's anxieties because even scholars like Christine Fair, who are normally anti-Pakistan, she wrote that most of these consulates were not issuing any visas. They were actually carrying out intelligence-related activities. She has published in book chapters, journal articles, and so on. So, if you can say I'm a Pakistani, so I'm saying this, so maybe that's not credible, but there are other people who have written about this. But then is the aspect that deserves more attention, is that how the US itself legitimized the Taliban through the US-Taliban peace deal. If you look at the text of the peace deal, the Taliban are mentioned as the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan that legitimized them. And if you see the development since the signing of the peace deal, both parties haven't criticized each other openly, at least until the US troop withdrawal. There was that degree of respect there. And of course, that legitimacy provided by the US to the Taliban also helped Pakistan in a way as well. Pakistan was having this engagement with the Taliban for a long time. But I think since the signing of this peace deal or leading up to this peace deal, Pakistan started openly meeting the Taliban leadership. So in the last year or so, 4 Taliban delegations visited Islamabad, Pakistan's foreign ministry, quite openly. It was publicized on many TV channels and so on. So these aspects have to be looked at. I think the India aspect is very crucial, and Pakistan's overall relationship with the Taliban, because that was the only time Pakistan had a pro-Pakistan or friendly government in Afghanistan, that time when the Islamic Emirate was there. So historically speaking, so it's clear what kind of interests Pakistan has been trying to achieve. So everyone, looking at if you apply the realist lens, states, of course, are guided by their national interests. And that has been the case of Pakistan in Afghanistan as well. And as Pakistan's recent narrative shows that it has no favorites in Afghanistan, it has been also trying to change its image that it has, it wants an inclusive government, because it makes sense, because Pakistan is in no position to again face the situation of engaging in a proxy dynamic. But the Taliban, they haven't listened again. If you look at how the initial list of the government that they have established, it's not inclusive at all. I'll talk more about this later on. But let us talk about the Taliban's takeover. Okay, so the Biden himself has talked about that the intelligence reports told him that the Taliban could take over the country in 90 days or 3 months or so, but it took them just weeks. I think they miscalculated the capability or the willingness of the Afghan National Army, that would pose any serious kind of a resistance. The government was super corrupt. They ignored that dynamic for a long time. And when the test came, they just gave up, and most of the leadership just left the country. And even Ashraf Ghani was, in his recorded statement, said that everything is under control, but suddenly he then just disappeared and left the country. But from Pakistan's perspective, I think Pakistan is now trying to deal with this anti-Pakistan sentiment in Afghanistan. I think it's in Pakistan's interest to deal with it. As soon as the Taliban took over, #SanctionPakistan was one of the most popular Twitter handles. I think it was used close to 1 million times just in the first 48 hours or so. So that's an important aspect that Pakistan is trying to address. At the same time, another Pakistan's key interest is that, and that also shows that the relationship with Taliban is not a comfortable one, because of Taliban's relationship with anti-Pakistan Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan. which is TTP, which has been attacking Pakistan's military and has been involved in other terrorist activities. Pakistan has approached the Taliban, is trying to pressurize them to counter TTP or to capture TTP members now living in Afghanistan. But again, it's very difficult for the Taliban, as the reports came that these Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan members have actually supported the Taliban in certain places in terms of their military victories. And when the Taliban, they were capturing the country region by region, they also released many prisoners from the jails, including many members of Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan and other terrorist organizations. So that's one challenge. China is also trying to push the Taliban to take serious actions against groups like East Turkestan Islamic Movement that was involved in a recent attack on Chinese citizens in Pakistan. As you may know that, China has invested $64 billion under the Belt and Road Initiative in a project called China-Pakistan Economic Corridor in Pakistan. So the stakes are much higher than ever before. But another aspect, there should be no surprise that Pakistan is much relieved that, there is the kind of a friendly government back in Kabul. And Pakistan's embassy, one indication is Pakistan's embassy is working 24/7 in Islamabad. Its ambassador in Kabul, sorry, and its ambassador is still there. Same is the case of China, Russia, and Iran. Their embassies are fully operational. And basically, again, it's not because of Pakistan that China is there or Russia is there or Iran's embassy is working there. It's because the Taliban, through their office in Doha, they established these diplomatic linkages with all these countries. They were hosted in Moscow, they were hosted in Beijing, and of course, they established the relationship with Iran. So unlike the past, maybe they learned a lesson that they do not want to depend too much on Pakistan going forward, and now they have a relationship with other countries as well. And this is clear because they know that Pakistan doesn't have that financial capacity to fund their government. It can provide other kind of diplomatic support, and Pakistan is doing it through at the UN. Pakistan's representative there talked about or urged the international community to talk to the Taliban. Pakistan had convened an emergency meeting of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation on the issue of Afghanistan, and Pakistan's foreign minister was on a kind of a shuttle diplomacy from Central Asia to Iran and went to China and so on. And the message Pakistan is trying to generate is to come up with kind of a regional approach. And I think it serves its interest. It doesn't want to be in the front seat or to be that visible, because if you will be the key actor or will play a leading role, again, most of the blame will come on you. So I think there is this realization due to which Pakistan is trying to encourage China and other actors, for example, Gulf countries like Qatar and the UAE, to take the lead, because they are also rich countries. And Afghanistan going forward needs that kind of financial help. And China has already announced, as of yesterday, $40 million in aid for Afghanistan. And Pakistan has sent, its C-130 plane, which landed in Kabul yesterday with, mainly food items and medication. So that's just one aspect that, that's happening. But going forward, what the Taliban need from Pakistan is help in these diplomatic efforts to achieve international recognition. But I don't think so. The Taliban themselves are helping in this situation from the kind of government that they have set up, in which, of course, it's non-inclusive. There are only 3 non-Pashtun members in the first 33 members in the government, 2 Uzbek and 1 Tajik. So it's clear that it's non-inclusive. Pakistan was trying to convince them to come up with some kind of an inclusive setup, but that has not happened. That's just another indication of how Taliban have their own way of actually going about with things. And another aspect is that, going forward, of course, Pakistan and Taliban's relationship is to a degree is, there is interdependence, because Pakistan is now relieved that at least, which was the case in 1996, India has closed all its diplomatic presence in Afghanistan. So that is to, Pakistan's Pakistan is much relieved with that. But going forward, of course, there are concerns in relation to terrorism. There are Tehrik-e-Pakistan Taliban members who are in Afghanistan, and also anti-China terrorist groups who can attack China's Belt and Road projects in Pakistan. And also, this ultimately, this whole, you can say, takeover of the Taliban in Afghanistan, it can inspire many Islamic movements, not just in Pakistan, but other parts of the region. Bangladesh has shared concerns. India has again shared concerns in relation to perhaps a spillover in the form of an increased insurgency in Jammu and Kashmir region, and so on. So there are already concerns in the international community, and everyone also at the same time understands that Pakistan's role is very crucial, because if you look at the number of foreign ministers that have visited Pakistan in just last week or so, from Germany, from France, from Britain, from the GCC countries, and so on, everyone is trying to use Pakistan's leverage to still be able to have some influence on the new setup in Afghanistan. And also considering there is a widespread anti-Pakistan sentiment in Afghanistan, also supported by India, it is important for Pakistan to carefully operate in Pakistan. I talked about hashtag sanction Pakistan, which was a popular hashtag on Twitter, but at the same time, Pakistan's intelligence chief's visit led to a lot of criticism. On top of that, there is just a lot of fake news. There's just a lot of propaganda on social media and the mainstream media. I'll give you some examples. That an Afghan journalist posted a picture of a Pakistani dead soldier in Panjshir. In fact, he wasn't a Pakistani soldier, and he's alive. He's a TV show host. His name is Dr. Amir Liaquat. Then Indian TV channels, they have been showing pictures of Pakistani fighter jets in Panjshir. In fact, those videos were from video games, and of a British or American fighter jet somewhere, not in Afghanistan at all. So this is not, I think, again, there's some literature around how fake news and propaganda can itself escalate conflicts or is not very helpful. Same as the situation here. And this level of negativity is not helpful because Pakistan's role is crucial in the future of Afghanistan, as has been recognized by many states. I gave examples of these foreign ministers or delegations visiting Pakistan. And Pakistan has played a very positive role also. We must recognize whatever role it has played in evacuating thousands of foreign citizens from Afghanistan just in the past couple of weeks or so. And if Pakistan needs to be convinced to host more Afghan refugees, which is international community is trying to do, then this negativity is not helpful. And why would Islamabad allow more refugees with anti-Pakistan sentiments? And also it has terrorism-related concerns that with refugees there can be these terrorists who can come into Pakistan and so on. So, of course, I've talked about other issues, and to conclude, I would say that Pakistan's leverage now will decrease. Leverage in terms of its ability to control the Taliban, which also happened during the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan's first term from 1996 to 2001. And now this will happen because Pakistan's leverage was mainly because the Taliban leaders, some of them were living in Pakistan and their families were living in Pakistan, and now they have returned to Afghanistan. So that leverage is gone. The only leverage Pakistan has for now is because it's helping the Taliban to gain international recognition, to get funding or aid, or to to be able to unfreeze their $9 billion or so in the US. And also, all of this will help Pakistan have also a degree of influence there, which is important to deal with its own terrorism-related challenges. So I'll just stop here, and I'll be very happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Ahmed, for that very interesting presentation. So I think we have we also have an interesting, we're gonna have an interesting open forum ahead of us, don't you think? Okay, so now let us proceed to our open forum. So again, may I call Dr. Ariel Lopez to facilitate the open forum.
Yes, thank you very much for those two very different view of Pakistan's role in Afghanistan. So maybe we start with a question on so-called Taliban 2.0, or the Taliban's second return to power. But do you think this would be entirely different from the first one? And how do you think would Pakistan's role be different this time, or would it be the same? And this is a question for Ershad and Dr. Ahmed.
Okay, I wanted Irshad to go ahead, but I'll take this up first, and then Irshad can perhaps comment on this. I think the whole talk of Taliban 2.0 is just a myth. If you look at like the recent developments and the kind of government they have set up, everyone was hoping that they would at least play the game. They are not even playing the game. So it's not an inclusive government. They have left some ethnic minorities. There's no women, of course, in their initial cabinet, or you can say their ministers and so on. And also, the Sirajuddin Haqqani, who's a declared terrorist, he's their interior minister in this interim setup that they have established. So I won't say that there is Taliban 2.0, but with the passage of time, they have learned. So they have learned key lessons. Their PR campaign works. They have been doing these regular press briefings and inviting international media and so on. They're using social media. They have more diplomatic linkages than there were in the past. So Pakistan's role or influence will still remain to a certain degree, as I concluded by saying that its leverage will decrease. In the past, it could, twist maybe their arm by saying that your families are living in Pakistan, or you carry Pakistan passports, or you travel, or facilitation in other matters. I think that to a great extent will decrease, but we'll have to wait and see what other regional actors also come forward with. China has announced some aid. $40 million is not actually a lot of aid. Pakistan has sent, like one plane with food and medicine. But I think that's not enough. They need a lot more than that to run the show, to run the government. So I'll just stop here and let's see what Irshad has to say.
Well,
Thanks,
I think
Dr. Ahmed.
for me as an Afghan who I have family back in Afghanistan, it's my country that I want to go back and live. I would really love that the second term of the Taliban will come into something positive. That's my wish. But I'm very skeptical, and I am also pessimist. I don't think the second coming of power of the Taliban will be very good. And the reason for that is that you have to understand Taliban. Taliban are not just a militant group. These are not just a political party. It's not that they are just a political party that they want to come and take power. No, they have an ideology. They have an extremist ideology. For the last 30 years, they have been dying, and they have been killed, and they have hundreds of suicide attackers. Imagine someone puts a bomb in his body and he attacks, kills himself, blows up himself. How can you think that this kind of people will change? If they will change, why would they do this kind of actions? So the idea of that the Taliban has changed, it's also very unfortunate in the last couple of years, lobbied by the Pakistan government, that the Taliban has changed, and they went around the world, they lobbied for the Taliban, that these are different people, and then finally the US bought this narrative because they also wanted to come out of the war. So they also started saying that the Taliban have changed. But no, the Taliban has not changed, and they will not change. If you think that the Taliban will change, it's kind of like saying that Hitler will change. Do you think Hitler will change? I mean, I hope he will change, but this is the scenario. And the other reason I'm pessimist is that you have to look at the history of the Taliban. The history of the Taliban and the history of fundamentalist movements in Afghanistan. If the Taliban had really changed, there was a good platform for them to come and be part of the society of Afghanistan. They did not choose that. In the last 2 years, Afghanistan government had a delegation of peace talk in Qatar. They were waiting there, and all the time they were waiting for the Taliban to come and have a peace negotiation. The Taliban had office in Qatar. They met just once or twice with the Afghan government, and then they started going to their tour. They were getting these 5-star treats in Islamabad, in Beijing, in Moscow. They did not talk with the Afghanistan government. Why? Because Afghanistan government had a very systematic, solid process of peace building. That the Taliban could come peacefully be part of the government of Afghanistan and the society of Afghanistan. They did not accept that. The president of Afghanistan said, we can have a ceasefire, and after the ceasefire, we can have election. And he actually offered that he will not candidate himself in the election, just in case that they think that, okay, you will have a corruption and then again win the election. He said, I will not candidate myself. We come and have an election, and then after that, whoever that wins, they can rule the country. The Taliban did not accept this process. Why? Because they know if they come to election, they even cannot get 10% of the votes. So their approach is violence, force, and gun. That is the only method they know. So based on this, I don't have, like as I said, I wish that this will turn something positive, but because of the record of the history of the Taliban, that we know them in the last 30 years, I'm very pessimistic.
Thank you both for your answers. And the next is a question on regional geopolitics. Maybe Dean Sevilla could jump in as well. Would you say that the victory of the Taliban is also the victory of Pakistan? And would Pakistan play an influential role in rebuilding Afghanistan? And how might other regional powers, say Iran, or other Central Asian states would react to this? So Iran's reaction, or Pakistan's, would you say that the victory of Taliban is also the victory of Taliban?
So interestingly, only this morning I was talking to an Iranian scholar, so he congratulated me on Pakistan's victory in Afghanistan, and we laughed at it. But initial reaction was also similar, in Islamabad. But then came some logic to the whole debate, because Pakistan is now seriously concerned with this Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan issue, has been trying to convince the Taliban to capture them. I don't think so that will be happening anytime sooner. But if you look at the regional countries, everyone was at the same page, like other than India and the Kabul government, which itself was not a party to the US-Taliban peace deal. There are several weaknesses in the peace deal. One, the Kabul or the Ashraf Ghani government was not involved. Then there was the legitimacy for the Taliban government, that they were recognized as Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan. Third was the issue of prisoners release. When the prisoners were released, they went back to fighting. Okay, so why did they do that? And then, of course, the rushed withdrawal. In some of the places, there wasn't even a proper handover to the Afghan National Army. The US troops left in the middle of the night, turned off the lights, and they left. They created a vacuum. In terms of the support for the peace deal, all neighboring countries were supportive of this idea of US troop withdrawal. This was their short-term vision. And now going ahead, they have, in terms of their long-term, no one thought, I think, long-term. And now everyone is worried about the spillover. Okay, the short-term interest has been fulfilled, that the US troops have left. But Iran is sending now mixed signals. For the past week or so, it is criticizing Pakistan's alleged involvement in Panjshir by supporting the Taliban and crushing the resistance there. There's no credible evidence of that. There are demonstrators outside Pakistan's embassy in Tehran, like 100 or so protesters there for the past few days. There were also demonstrations in Kabul and so on. But I feel that Pakistan wants China to take the lead, but China is kind of a hesitant leader at this stage. We have to wait and see how China wants to play any role going forward in Afghanistan.
Ershad or Dean Sevilla would like to respond to the question on regional geopolitics of the rise of the Taliban. Please unmute yourself.
Okay, Arshad, would you like to go first?
Yeah, well, I'm just what comes to my mind is that yes, as Dr. Zahid said, that there was kind of like the whole region countries, they were on the same page with the coming of the Taliban. But I think there was a different scenario. Most of the region countries, like for example, Iran and Russia and China, they were supporting that the Taliban should come back to come to power. Actually, this was like the narrative that they were saying, that the Taliban are part of the society of Afghanistan. It's undeniable reality. They have to be part of the government. As I said, there was a platform for them to come to the society of Afghanistan, be part of the political system of Afghanistan, but they did not accept. They did not use that approach. They came with victory, you know, and then when they have victory, this is their, you have to go back to their ideology. This is jihad. And then, like for example, one of them, a Taliban interview I watched, he was saying that they got this victory not based on the gun and the support of this country or that country. They got a divine victory. This is their interpretation. So when you, they don't see their legitimacy on the support of the people or election. They see their legitimacy by divine power. So going back to the original geopolitics, now the whole countries are shocked because they were thinking that they will come with this kind of a peace process and be part of the Afghanistan government. They got shocked that no, they came in a very different way. So that's why initially, for example, Iran, they supported the return of the Taliban, but now they are in shock because now they are worried that what will be the outcome and what will be the circumstances and implication of this. Especially, for example, Iran's interest in Afghanistan is with the Shia minority. Will the Taliban keep their promise towards the Shia minority in Afghanistan? These are the things that are all, you know, unknown, and the region is actually in shock. I think that would be my comment.
Thanks, Ershad. Yes, Dingjun.
Just to add on to the discussion, because you were asking about the regional geopolitics, I think all these countries surrounding Afghanistan, with the exception perhaps of India, are happy that the US has withdrawn from Afghanistan, particularly Iran. No, but it is also premature to anticipate that Iran would favor the triumph of Taliban because Iran had difficult relationship with the Taliban when the Taliban killed the Iranian diplomats way back many years ago. In that way, Iran is also very calculating, very smart, very careful because Iran doesn't want the Taliban to touch the Hazara Shia Afghan community, which are actually one of the ethnic groups in Afghanistan that are following the Shia Islamic teaching. Okay, and Iran is supporting the Hazara, and where in fact Iran is also a country which is a neighbor to Afghanistan that provides safe haven to thousands, if not millions, of Afghan refugees as well as Iraqi refugees. In the case of Russia, in the northern part of Afghanistan, then perhaps Russia is very calculating, very careful also, because Russia doesn't want the Taliban to export this Islamic extremism to its border. So although Russia continue to negotiate with the Taliban, it does not necessarily mean that Russia is providing that go signal to Taliban to really govern that country without, you know, reforming and without providing the assurance that the Taliban will not distort the borders between the Afghanistan and its neighboring countries like Uzbekistan and Tajikistan. In the case of China, we all know that Afghanistan is located in a very strategic land route, silk route, that connects China to Central Asia, to Middle East and Europe. And therefore, for China, Afghanistan is very important. Aside from the rare earth material that Afghanistan could provide to China. So this is actually the geopolitical dynamics that we need to study in the next few days and months under the Taliban, for Afghanistan under the Taliban regime. Yeah.
Thanks, Dean June. Dean Sevilla. So the next question is for Dr. Zahid Shahab. You've mentioned this in your talk earlier, but I would like to reiterate the question on covert Pakistan support of the Taliban. What do you think of Pakistan's role in the alleged bombing of the Panjshir Valley as a way to support the Taliban forces? And I'll ask the next question. What do you think of the rumors that the Pakistan supported Taliban have a nuclear program? Thank you.
Okay, so both are, simple answer is both are, fake news, false information. And as I said in my presentation as well, there are many credible sources that check fake news, and they have even not from Pakistan. So there's UK Defense Journal published these reports that these fighter jets that were shown, they were not Pakistani. The drone strikes that they're saying were carried out by Pakistani drones. That's also untrue. Indian media and Pakistan, some Afghan journalists also showed a picture of Pakistani colonel who died in Panjshir. He wasn't a colonel, it was from a Pakistani TV show. He's a TV show host. And in one of his shows, he had actually dressed up as Pakistani soldier. And they took this picture and showed that he died in Panjshir. And on the nuclear issue, it's just ridiculous. It makes no sense. I remember, many years ago, I was in the Netherlands, just 100 miles away from Islamabad. Do you think they will, steal Pakistan's nuclear weapons? So first I smiled and then I laughed and I said, there's no country that has kept its nuclear weapons in its capital city, and any nuclear state, if you think. And then also, if you look at the nuclear installations very carefully, they are kept across the country. Pakistan's nuclear technology has been declared as one of the safest by international observers. In fact, if you look at the recent reports, every now and then, only in 2021, there were reports of uranium being stolen in India by some non-state actors who keep stealing uranium. So why they are stealing in India? So the reports are coming, but Pakistan's nuclear arsenal is very much safe. There has been no reports of any threats from non-state actors in relation to that. And of course, the whole issue in the past of this nuclear trade, you can say, or Pakistan providing perhaps nuclear technology to North Korea and Iran and elsewhere. And that was settled back then. Of course, there are reports that Pakistan's own nuclear scientist confessed it, that happened when he was the chairperson of the nuclear commission in the country, but the state was not involved in it. So that's a separate issue. I don't think so Pakistan is going to put itself under more criticism by making any such dangerous moves at this time, because the Taliban now control the country. Why would Pakistan put itself under international spotlight by helping them in Panjshir, which the Taliban would have actually conquered anyways, maybe in another month or so? Even if it would have taken more time, they would have done it. So why would Pakistan do that? So it doesn't make any logic if you look at it as a neutral actor and not just as a Pakistani.
Thanks, Dr. Shahid. Saeed Shahab, would anyone want to respond to that question? Or if not, I'll proceed to the next one for Ershad on education, especially textbooks in Afghanistan. I think this was because of, you showed the striking images of examples of textbooks during the 1990s. And the question now is, what about during the American presence? How would you describe the education there? What subjects were taught? How were these taught? And what do you think would change under the Taliban? in the field of education, specifically what the textbooks show.
Yeah, well, the text I showed is books that they were published in the late 80s and early 90s as a part of a cultural jihad in Afghanistan to wipe out the local culture. And here, if I would have an opportunity to talk about a bit more about the cultural heritage of Afghanistan, as I mentioned, like for example, the Persian language that is spoken in Afghanistan, Tajikistan, and Iran was actually originated in Khorasan. Khorasan is a region that is now spread between Afghanistan, Iran, and Turkmenistan. So the Persian language was originated here. So and the earliest texts and writings, as I mentioned, of Persian language comes from the region of Afghanistan. And then also another aspect of the culture of Afghanistan, which I would like to mention about Sufism. Sufism, when Afghanistan became a Muslim country, it kind of, not just Afghanistan, but the whole region, it formed a type of a different type of its own unique of Islam, which was the Sufism, which integrated with the local culture. So like, for example, if you look at the Persian Sufi doctrine teachers, we have the peak of Sufi philosophy. Persian Sufi philosophy are three people like Nizami, Ganjawi, Rumi, and Sana'i. Out of three of this, two of them comes from Afghanistan. And the earliest prose and poetry, Sufi literature, they also come from Afghanistan. So we have this very, very rich tradition. But the terrorists and the extremists like Taliban and Mujahideen, they are against this culture. They want to wipe out this culture. So that is why they produce these texts to destroy the local culture. In the time of the US era, of course, the curriculum totally changed. During the Taliban time, like I was a middle school student, we were mainly studying Islamic science or Islamic studies. And all of our texts were produced in Pakistan and exported to Afghanistan. And we were studying them. So we were mainly studying religion. We were not studying, like, for example, physics or science or chemistry like that. But in post 9/11, the curriculum totally changed. Of course, Afghanistan is a Muslim country. Islam was part of the curriculum, but moderate Islam, more of like a local Islam, the interpretation of Islam, like Hanafi Islam and Sufi Islam, and also integrated with the local culture of, like, for example, the Sufi literature and things like that. To the third section, like what will happen, it's difficult to speculate that what will the Taliban do. Will they change the curriculum? They are already starting their new policy in Afghanistan in terms of education. For example, my niece and nephews back in Mazar-e-Sharif, half of them are not going to school right now. And the reason is that in the last 20 years, most of the teachers, this is kind of like international culture, most of the teachers in high school and middle school, they are women. So the same was in my city. But now the Taliban are not allowing the women to teach the kids, boys, even if they're boys, imagine. So, but they don't have teachers. So they cannot, they don't have teachers. They have told them don't come. That's one thing. The other thing that now they have done is that they are starting the universities, but they are putting a curtain in the class so that this side of the curtain, the guys will sit, and this side of the curtain will see, the girls will sit, kind of like a parallel world, you know, fantasy, Taliban imagination. But anyway, these are just like in the 3 weeks, they have already started their new, education policy. But let's see what they will do. Again, because of our experience, I won't be surprised if they will bring back those texts. or some kind of close to those texts.
If I may add, I'm not so optimistic about the segregation of male and female university students that it will become sustainable in the future. This is because of what I have read from the literatures and documentaries that I've seen in Taliban. Although in other, Muslim countries, they also have that separation, But I am not really sure. I'm not sure if this will become sustainable in the long run, in spite of the fact that the new Taliban, or the Taliban, which is now occupying Kabul, has promised that they would provide and they would respect women and they would allow women to participate in the socio-economic and political discourses in Afghanistan. I am not so sure about that, if this will be sustainable in the long run.
Yes, Arshad.
Yes, I would like to. Thank you, Dr. Sevilla. Yeah, I would also add to that what I said, that will be something the Taliban wish to do. But again, I will add to Dr. Sevilla points. Current Afghanistan is not the Afghanistan of 90s. This is a very, very different society. We have now hundreds of thousands of people with postgraduate studies. The Afghanistan society is very globalized. They have traveled around the world. They have studied around the world in different universities. And this is a very different generation that is in Afghanistan. Like, for example, right now, in the last 3 decades, the Taliban has taken over. You know who are the first people who have come on the streets and doing demonstrations? It's the women. So this is something that the Taliban has to face. And it's not going to be easy for the Taliban.
Thank you. We have a recurring question on the China factor. So with increasing close relationship between China and Pakistan, how do you think would this influence Pakistan's relationship with Afghanistan? Increasing relationship with China, and how would it influence Pakistan's interaction with Afghanistan? I remember you have mentioned it a bit, Dr. Zahid Shah, but maybe you could elaborate on it. Thank you.
Of course, China, we have to first understand Pakistan's relationship with China. So it's historic. If you look at just from the kind of slogans they use to describe the friendship, they say, we are iron brothers. It's higher than the mountains, their friendship deeper than the seas, and so on. It's also because, when China came with Belt and Road Initiative, there wasn't a lot of international funding coming into Pakistan. The economy was in crisis. China came with $64 billion and so worth of investment under the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor. And if you look at the vision behind the project, the vision is to reach out to Central Asia, connect the port that China has built in Gwadar in Pakistan with Central Asia. In fact, how China is pitching Belt and Road Initiative to Central Asian republics and also to Afghanistan, which is landlocked. China is actually marketing it as like a possibility for these landlocked states to trade via their ports, especially the port in Pakistan. So in terms of the bigger vision, Afghanistan is the missing piece of puzzle. If there is no peace and stability in Afghanistan, how China is going to fulfill its vision? Same is the case of Pakistan. If there is no peace and stability in Afghanistan, how Pakistan can fully utilize the potential of this port and all the Chinese investments in the country? It's also energy deficient. Like I think Irshad talked about it, that Pakistan and India they have energy-related needs. Their populations are growing, so there are interests in Central Asian republics who have, of course, natural gas and so on that these countries need. Now, going forward, what Pakistan is trying to do, because it's in Pakistan's interest. I talked about anti-Pakistan sentiment and so on. Pakistan is trying to convince China to take the front seat in the whole situation, because China has more money. It doesn't have that image kind of issue as Pakistan has because of the history and so on. But I think going forward, and recently when there was an attack on the Chinese citizens in Pakistan carried out by the East Turkestan Islamic movement, China was really unhappy with Pakistan. Pakistan said, you have to talk to the Taliban directly. Pakistan could have done it by itself. But then Beijing called on a Taliban delegation, which was there in I think, just a few weeks ago. And they specifically talked about this issue. So China and Pakistan are both pressurizing the Taliban. The situation is not going to be easy for the Taliban now. If they think that they can take their regional partners for granted, it's not going to help them going forward. So Pakistan, I think, will rely on China a lot in Afghanistan, in terms of not just financial investment or in terms of aid, but also in terms of political gains, to be able to influence the Taliban in a better manner, because China is stronger than Pakistan. So in the whole equation, the Taliban, they have a lot to lose by losing China than actually Pakistan. So it's we have to look at the whole picture.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Zaid. Dr. Sevilla would like to add?
Well, I just would like to add that it is not just because of the economic and developmental policy that China has, that it wanted to see Afghanistan under the Taliban in the near future stabilized. But there is also a big, program which is actually to influence, as mentioned by Dr. Zahid, the Taliban, because in the report that provided by the United Nations Security Council, there were actually some foreign fighters that are from Xinjiang province in Afghanistan. And I think the best way to really discourage the proliferation of this to influence Xinjiang province in China is to approach Taliban regime in Afghanistan. So it's not just about the economic thing, but it's also about stabilizing or maintaining good relationship with the Taliban regime in Afghanistan, so that in the long run it would be able also to ask the Taliban regime perhaps to convince these foreign fighters not to create some disturbances in China. So I think that's one thing to consider.
Thank you, Dean Sevilla. There's a personal question for Mr. For Ershad, no? Hopefully you could indulge us with this one. So as an Afghan yourself, what do you feel that your beloved nation is once again under the Taliban force and power? Or maybe if I can add, when you saw or when you heard the Taliban take over, were you shocked? Were you surprised? Or is it something that you have expected, that it has long been incoming? Were you in panic that your family is still?
Yeah, of course. I was really in shock, and actually, the first week, I was really in trauma. I couldn't sleep, and I had the anxiety and depression, because this is something very, very unacceptable for a majority of Afghans. For the majority of Afghans, I will repeat this. There is this narrative that the Taliban are part of the society of Afghanistan, and then, okay, this is the Afghans, so it's normal there. No, this narrative is wrong. As I explained to you, we have a very rich and strong heritage and culture. We are proud of that, and Taliban are the enemy of our culture. Very frankly, they are the enemy of our culture. They want to bring Wahhabism to Afghanistan, a sort of ideology that is not familiar to us. So for any Afghan, when they hear this, except like very small minority of people who sympathize with the Taliban and they have been influenced by the Pakistani madrasas of Wahhabism, majority of Afghans are in shock and they're in trauma. So I did not expect that the Taliban will come this way. What my personal expectation was that, yeah, the Taliban will come back to power. They will come and share power. But this way of coming, that they will take over the whole country, and now they have announced their government, which all of them are terrorists. They were in the blacklist. That's their government. That's their cabinet, and a very exclusive cabinet, and a very radical cabinet. on different levels. It's just it's so painful for me and many Afghans to see it. So for example, this there is this kind of a joke that the Taliban cabinet is an inclusive cabinet. Why? Because it includes all mullahs. Mullah is this religious
The clergy.
yes, these guys. So all of them, mullah this, mullah this, mullah this, mullah this. Imagine, we are not, if I call this regime a Middle Ages regime, it's an insult to Middle Ages. We were much better than in Middle Ages than this time. So this is an extreme shock. It's an extreme pain for Afghans, and yeah, that's my response, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah. So this is the last question, and the question for the three of you. This is a question also I asked for the previous speakers. So what do you see about Afghanistan's near future? What are the possible scenarios for the Afghan people in this situation?
Okay,
Yes,
I'll
Dr.
maybe
Singh.
go ahead with this. Irshad is an Afghan, so maybe in the end he could help. Very important. But I think, going forward, if you look at how international community is going to work, so if they continue with their economic sanctions, if they continue to freeze the Afghan funds in the US, I think it's going to only add to the misery of Afghans overall. So I think that deserves much more attention, that it shouldn't turn into a humanitarian crisis at any cost. Perhaps, the World Food Program or the United Nations, they need to still find ways to help the people there. The ones, for example, who still want to get out. I was helping, one Afghan couple who was stuck in Islamabad, and I just heard today that they are in Geneva, and they've reached Switzerland. They had Swiss visas, So I think there should be still ways to help people who want to get out for genuine reasons. If they were working with the NATO troops, and they could be on this blacklist that the Taliban have of certain people. So it shouldn't turn into some kind of a humanitarian crisis. The worst will be if there is a kind of a civil war, if the resistance keeps growing in different parts. Of course, now in Panjshir, they have handled the situation for the time being. But again, whether this is going to again take us back to the 90s when there were proxies supported by external actors because of their own different interests, that would be really sad, because the Afghan people have already suffered for too long. And I think especially the US has a lot, an important role to play here, because it was there for 2 decades. And before that, in the 1980s, in the Afghan-Soviet war as well. So as the superpower, I think the US still has to continue its engagement in the country to avoid any crisis. They haven't shown any willingness at this stage, and perhaps this new setup, as Irshad also talked about, most of these terrorists in the list, and this gives the US and the Western world an excuse to just disconnect from the situation once again, leaving that vacuum that is not going to help anyone. Perhaps, more terrorism will grow, and it will affect regional countries and beyond.
Thanks, Dr. Zahid. Dean Sevilla. Please unmute yourself, please.
Well, there are many things that the Taliban regime in Afghanistan should consider if they really want to be successful in their management. One is really to create that political legitimacy, meaning that it has to be inclusive in terms of governance. And as I mentioned in my opening speech, the Taliban is not a country that is simply dominated by the Pashtuns. So there are other ethnic groupings in Afghanistan. And I think the Taliban, if they really want to create some sort of progress and acceptability, political legitimacy, then they have to include other members of the Afghan society. Second is to concentrate on the development, and this concentration on reconstructing Afghanistan and developing Afghanistan would require a lot of support from the international community. And I quite agree with Dr. Zahida's statement that if the United States or any international body like IMF would continue to sanction economically the Afghanistan under the Taliban, that it would not result into somehow changing the political views or attitude of the Taliban. It would rather create another sort of problem that would bring Afghanistan to the difficult situation. So therefore, it is important that the international community would continue to engage Afghanistan, because there are a lot of problems that requires the engagement of the international community, like the issue of refugees, the issue of modernization, and it's also one thing really to neutralize Taliban from proceeding and not going back to the old tactics that we have implemented in the country 20 years ago. So multilateralism engagement shall be continued, and this is the best way we can do for Afghanistan, I think.
Thank you, Dean. Yes, Arshad.
Yes, I think for me, we have to look at this with the agreement that I agree with the both respected speakers. I would like to add, I think we have to look at the local circumstances and outcome, and also the international. On the local fact, what the Taliban has done so far, this is not going to last long. This is wrong. They have formed this government that is inclusive. They have just one ethnicity, and they are all, as I mentioned, they are all religious guys that they don't have any education. They're, the degree that they are very proud of it is that they have graduated from madrasas in Pakistan. So they cannot run country by this education. Like, for example, you look at the Ministry of Economy. You ask him his credential. His credential is he has studied in madrasa. So on the local level, this cannot go long. So if the Taliban will not come to a solution of forming a government that will be inclusive and also include educated people, technocrats, and other ethnicities. If they will not do this, this will not last long. I think the scenario will be that we will go to a civil war. That's on the local circumstances and local matter. On an international level, the victory of the Taliban will have a strong effect on the global security, and that is because if we think about the 90s, when the Mujahideen came and they defeated the Soviet Union, the victory of Mujahideen became a model and inspiration for all around the world, the jihadis, starting from Mindanao in the Philippines all the way to Kashmir and everywhere. They were like, see, if they can do it, we can also do it. The same thing when the Taliban took over on August 15, a friend of mine from Pakistan, he was saying that in Kashmir of India part, people are celebrating the victory of the Taliban. So this is something that the world has to deal with it. The war in Afghanistan is not over. You can leave the Afghanistan and say we have ended the war, but no, this is not end of it. So we have to see what will happen. The best scenario that I can think of is that there will be a government and an inclusive government, and there will be election. When there is election, different parties can come and participate and have their candidates. Then if they win the government, the election, they can form a government. And if this happens, this is the best news that we have. Why? Because we have to look at the history of the Mujahideen. The Mujahideen were not as fundamentalist as the Taliban, but they were very fundamentalist. In the post 9/11, when they came and they joined the government and the democratic government, slowly they melted away and they integrated in a civil society, and they became more of democratic or sorry for the use word civilized. The same thing can happen if there will be a democratic government in Afghanistan. When the Taliban, they participate in election. Taliban do not have anything else except fighting. But when there is election, there is no room for fighting. So they have to go back. You know, the warriors, Taliban warriors, they have to go back and or integrate in the society. That will be the best scenario. So we have the best scenario and the worst scenario. The best scenario will be what I said. The worst scenario will be we will have a civil war.
Thank you very much, Ershad. On that note, thank you for all your contributions, Dr. Dean Sevilla, Ershad Nur Saib Paki, and Dr. Said Shah Ahmed. And back to you, Danae.
Thank you very much, Sir Ariel. And thank you very much to all our speakers and also Dean Sevilla for that very engaging and thought-provoking discussion. So now to officially end our webinar this afternoon, may I call the College Secretary of the Asian Center, Professor Rolando G. Talampas.
Thank you very much, Danae. And I'd like to express my gratitude to all the speakers, especially Ershad, who has been with us at UP Diliman, and of course, Dr. Said, for a very, very updated and a relevant discussion. Thanks to Danae for inspiring this webinar. It's Danae who really triggered our interest in organizing this webinar. Of course, we'd like to thank our ever faithful Dr. Ariel Lopez for moderating. And of course, Dr. Sevilla. I have hardly any connection to Afghanistan, except a few instances. A photographer friend who was working for a US photo agency covered the Soviet invasion by using gold and they were deployed in their respective embassies, but they were injured in a bomb attack in the so-called Green Zone in Kabul. A third instance, a former classmate encouraged me to take a high-paying consultancy job in Kabul. Of course, I stuck with my UP teaching job. And of course, lastly, a former student of mine joined an Asian election monitoring team and gave me this pakul, in case you're wondering what to call this, as a souvenir. She gave me this as a souvenir from her trip to Afghanistan. Now, I'm in charge of giving a so-called closing remarks. Now, so how does one deliver the closing remarks for a forum on Afghanistan, whose outcome, as already indicated by our speakers, seems still nowhere in sight? One choice is if I summarize the arguments and presentations of our distinguished speakers, and maybe perhaps I can claim that they missed some points of more importance. No, I wouldn't do that. Or do I make my own outrageous academic claims about the end game in Afghanistan and pretend that I have read more than anyone else in this attendance? By the way, thank you to this very big attendance in our webinar. No, again, I would not do that. Or should I crack an Afghan joke that may be misunderstood? No, I'd rather not, because that will compromise my security. But perhaps I can tell one. It involves a choice by the Americans of a Pashtun-speaking soldier who should have been deployed to monitor Afghan developments. That's many years ago, actually. Of course, they did not do that because he was an African American. Well, in short, he was black. He would simply stand out. It might be better at this point to encourage more contributions to academic and policy discussions that are practically linked to our national, regional, local and even personal concerns for our own security and for our better understanding. I could say people elsewhere who are reeling from the Wuhan virus may have been having a front seat view of select developments in Kabul, courtesy of cable news or various internet-based sources. But I guess to a large extent, Filipinos especially may be unaware or are simply oblivious to our, meaning Philippine, connection to what has been happening in Afghanistan. Well, looking back, some Muslim Filipinos, as already hinted to by Ershad a while ago, them being so-called freedom fighters or mujahidins who were unseated from Mindanao and Sulu area especially in the 1970s, joined the Al-Qaeda-led resistance to the Soviet invasion. You might say that the rest is history, that as they returned to the Philippines, they inspired jihad-type rebellions, complete with the ideological inspiration of freeing the world from what they called infidels. Of course, again, the ISIS may be considered to have inherited and carried further the pursuit of the so-called caliphate in Southeast Asia and tested their mettle in this bloody and long occupation of Marawi City. Though still on the run, the various ISIS-affiliated groups in possibly in collaboration with some Indonesian fighters continue to pose challenge to the experiment of our own Bangsamoro Transition Authority. What Afghanistan presents to the world is right in our own doorstep. Make no mistake about it. Just as this COVID is causing us one of the most fatal forces that we also have to contend with, regardless of our ideological, religious, or cultural preferences. I should say there are variants, well, that's a very popular term now, of Afghanistan or the Taliban in our own backyard. It is up for us to know them very well and act accordingly. Have a safe afternoon wherever you are. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sir Rolly, for that for those closing remarks. So before we end this webinar, can we again have a second obligatory photo opportunity for our speakers? Required. Mr. Ershad, Sir Ariel, Michael, they are Sir Jano. There. Okay. Okay, so I'll take the picture. Okay, 1, 2, 3, smile. Again, 1, 2, 3, smile. All right, thank you very much again. So there you have it, folks. Thank you very much for attending our webinar. And thank you very much to all our speakers for the very engaging, interesting discussion. And I am sure that all our attendees have learned a lot. And again, I would like to thank everyone who attended this webinar, who stayed with us for 4 hours. I know this 4-hour webinar may be quite tiring, looking at the screen for 4 hours. I would also like to thank our speakers, our very delightful speakers, excellent presentations. Dr. Umarov, Dr. Hopkins, they even stayed even if it's already morning, early morning where they are. Mr. Nurzai, Dr. Ahmed, for gracing us with their time and sharing their knowledge and expertise. I know that we have missed some issues such as, I don't know if this has been touched slightly, but was not fully established, is the issue on women. We actually have invited speakers on this, women speakers, speakers on this issue. However, they weren't available during the schedule. So hopefully the Asian Center will organize another webinar dedicated to discussing this issue in Afghanistan, because this is very relevant. Okay, so also if you missed parts of our lecture, we shall be uploading the recording of this webinar once we get consent from our speakers, of course. So please like and subscribe to the Asian Center YouTube channel. And we will be having more webinars for you to learn from and enjoy from the comfort of your homes. And if you want first-hand news about the Asian Center events, I think someone asked that in the chat box. Please join our mailing list and like our Facebook page. I think the links are provided in the chat box. We are looking forward to seeing you again in our future webinars. Thank you very much for attending. Have a good day.